All right, good morning and welcome to the Standing Committee on City Finance and Services meeting of February 9th, 2022. This committee meeting is being convened by electronic means as authorized under Part 14 of the Procedure Bylaw. As such, committee members may participate in person or by electronic means. Committee members participating by electronic means are reminded that, in accordance with Section 14.13 of the Procedure Bylaw, video must be enabled in order to confirm quorum. Members are also asked to please advise the clerk if they need to leave the meeting. If a committee member loses connection during the voting process, staff will get you back online quickly while we suspend the voting process. The staff contact information has been circulated to you. Video of committee members speaking, presentations, and vote results will be projected on the live stream when available. Given the surge in COVID transmission and reinstatement of our COVID safety plan, the maximum capacity of the council chamber is 20 persons. Members of the public who wish to participate are encouraged to submit comments online or participate via telephone. If attending in person, health protocols associated with COVID-19 will be observed in council chamber and city hall. Members of the public are strongly encouraged to attend remotely. We acknowledge that we are on the traditional and unceded territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations. We thank them for having cared for this land and look forward to working with them in partnership as we continue to build this great city together. I also want to take a moment to recognize the immense contributions of the City of Vancouver staff who work hard every day to help make our city an incredible place to live, work, and play. Clerk, may we have the roll call, please?
Councillor Bly in the chair. Mayor Stewart.
Present.
Councillor Carr.
Here.
Councillor DeGenova.
Present.
Councillor Fry.
Present.
Councillor Swanson.
Here.
Councillor Hardwick. Councillor Wiebe.
Present.
Councillor Boyle is on civic business on leave. Councillor Dominato.
Present.
Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Present.
You have quorum, Chair Bly.
Thank you very much. So I'm going to go over the plan for the day. We have 6 items of business on today's agenda, 1 proclamation, 2 staff reports, a reminder that item 1 was withdrawn, and 3 member motions referred from yesterday's council. We will recess at noon for lunch and then reconvene at 2 p.m. following the in-camera portion. Should the business not be completed prior to 5 p.m. today, we will recess for dinner at 5 and reconvene at 6. If additional days are required, the meeting will reconvene tomorrow, Thursday, February 10th at 6 p.m. Finally, I'd like to remind council members that if amendments are brought forward, they must be submitted to the city clerk in final written form before the council member introduces them. Please ensure the clerk has received your amendment by using the council meeting amendments DL. I will now pass it over to the mayor to read a proclamation for Pink Shirt Day.
Thanks so much, Chair. I'm just going to pull out my proclamation here. Oh, just 1 second. There we go. Great. So, Pink Shirt Day, respect works here. Whereas the City of Vancouver is committed to a safe, respectful, and inclusive workplace that provides safety from disrespect, bullying, and discrimination. And whereas bullying continues to be a serious problem in our workplaces, schools, public spaces, and on the internet. And whereas harassment and bullying in the workplace has had a negative impact on an employee's psychological health and overall health and safety of the workplace. And whereas addressing and eliminating workplace bullying is a priority of our city, city policies define expectations for respectful, appropriate workplace behavior and processes for reporting and resolving incidents of bullying, harassment, and discrimination. And whereas Pink Shirt Day has evolved since 2007 from a single act of solidarity by grade 9 students supporting their fellow student against bullying in Berwick, Nova Scotia, today it is an international campaign against bullying and harassment. And whereas the City of Vancouver staff annually hosts a quote, Respect Works Here campaign in recognition of Pink Shirt Day to promote respectful workplace behavior, inclusion of diversity, equitable and inclusive services, and a safe and caring environment for all. Now, therefore, I, Kennedy Stewart, Mayor of the City of Vancouver, do hereby proclaim Wednesday, February 23rd, 2022 as Pink Shirt Day. Respect works here in the City of Vancouver. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mayor. That's great. And I'll actually just go off script for a moment to acknowledge today is also Joe Forte's day. Joe Forte's, of course, we know was a significant member of the community in Vancouver and was born February 9th, 1863, 159 years ago today. He passed away on February 4th, 2022, and there was a proclamation read and acknowledged last Friday to celebrate that 100-year anniversary. Joe Fortes was a community leader, a lifeguard, a swim teacher who taught 3 generations of Vancouverites how to swim and is credited with saving dozens of lives guarding the beach at English Bay. And so we thank his legacy and contributions to our city. Okay, back to our agenda and where we're at today. So as chair for this meeting, I'm suggesting for reports that have no speakers and no presentations, that we adopt the recommendations collectively in a single motion. Report 2 has no presentation and no speakers. So does any member wish to hold report 2 for debate or questions of staff? And I see Councillor Kirby-Yung, you are on the queue. Please go ahead.
Sorry, disregard. I was going to hold 3, but I see we have a speaker for 3. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hardwick.
Yes, to staff on this, there has been.
So actually, I'm just looking to see if you'd like to hold it.
Yes, I'd like to hold it.
Okay, that's all we'll do right now.
Okay,
then
thank
we'll come
you.
back to it. Thank you. That being such, we don't have any matters to adopt on consent, so we're going to move right ahead to. Yes, so we are going to go back to our second item. Thank you very much. So our second item that we'll be dealing with today is miscellaneous amendments, land use guidelines, policies, and plans. And Councillor Hardwick, you do have the floor, and I'll reset your timer.
Thank you very much. We've received some correspondence concerned about the process of how these amendments have been developed.
Just a second, Councillor Hardwick, your mic's off. There we go. Go ahead.
Thank you. There's been some concern about these amendments and the lack of public consultation around them, in particular with concern to character homes, meaning homes that were constructed prior to the Second World War. So I was just wondering if staff could comment on the process by which these amendments were developed, any public input that was undertaken, and any perceived or real concerns by owners of character homes. Oh, I guess I don't have to stand.
That's very true.
Hi there, Lisa King, Senior Planner with Citywide and Regional Planning. Thank you for the question. So the miscellaneous reports are intended to improve clarity, address errors or omissions, and provide better clarity for the functionality of the bylaws. So they're housekeeping and minor in nature. And the amendments that are brought forward today propose no policy amendments in relation to the character homes. They're clarifying the title of guidelines, so there's no change to the application or the process related to those guidelines. So there was no additional public consultation that was undertaken as part of this report.
But the guidelines for RS3 and RS3A are no longer shown on the city's website and appear to have been eliminated. Why did this happen without public consultation?
Thank you for the question. So the RS5 guidelines apply to the RS3 and RS3A district schedules, and that has been in effect since 1994, and it's noted within the explanatory note of the guidelines as well as there's a note in the title. So the change is no change to the application or the content of the guidelines. It's to reflect that these guidelines continue to apply to the RS3 and RS3A within the title.
So at what point would staff seek to have public consultation on changes such as this in the guidelines?
Thank you. Yes. So if there were any changes to the policies or the content or how it was being applied to the process, certainly staff would undertake public consultation at that time
Thank you for your
during the
answers.
policy work. Thanks.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. Councillor DiGenova.
Hi there. I have a question. Would you consider this moving towards more of a deregulation, or is this adding more regulations?
Thank you for the question. So this change is actually not proposing any change to the regulations. It's more along the lines of seeking to provide clarification of the intent of the guidelines to help with the ease of understanding and using the existing policies.
Okay, so if I'm understanding correctly, my follow-up question would be, this is more about clarification. This won't, in fact, change any of our requirements right now in the guidelines. It changes none of those. Is that correct?
Yes, that's right.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Councillor DiGenova. Seeing no other councillors on the queue for questions, we can. I'm looking for a
Move
mover.
adoption.
Thank you very much, Councillor DiGenova. Any discussion? Seeing none, we will go to a vote, and I think we can just do a verbal vote. All those in favor say yay.
Yeah.
Yay.
Any opposed? Thank you very much. That motion carries with unanimous support. So next we will move to, just bear with me, Council, I just lost my page here. Yes, so we're going to move to our third item, which is creating a tiny shelter project. And we have Celine Mobilis, Managing Director of Housing and Homelessness Services, on the line to answer questions. We don't have a presentation today. So
Just a point of privilege, Chair.
yes, Councillor DiGenova.
The request to speak queue still says the proclamation is Pink Shirt Day. I understand you might not see that as that's behind you, but I want to make sure it's showing the right and correct report for the public at home. Thank you.
Yes, that's a very good point. Thank you very much. And our clerks here are adjusting that. Thank you. Councillor DiGenova, are you on the queue for questions of this report?
I am, but I'm wondering if staff happens to have a presentation on this.
As I just mentioned, there's no presentation, but we do have staff on the line to answer questions.
Okay, I have a number of questions, so I'm automatically just going to move for a second round, if possible.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor to move for a second round of questions. We'll just go to a vote. All those in favor say yay.
Yay.
Any opposed? Great, so we will have a second round. Councillor DiGenova, you have the floor.
Thanks. I really appreciated this report, and it was very interesting to look through this. I have certainly advocated for many different types of and forms of housing in the city, especially when we look at affordability. I'm just wondering if there was a reason that there was no consideration to um, bathrooms individually being put in each of these tiny homes.
Over to staff.
Good morning. Good morning. Celine Mobilis, Managing Director of Housing and Homelessness Services. We looked at a variety of models, and in order to be most cost effective and expeditious, we've landed on the tiny shelter pilot. And we have located it next to the existing shelter so that these shelter guests in the tiny shelters will have access to bathrooms, food, meals, showers, laundry, all of the services in the larger shelter building.
Were bathrooms in each of these units considered?
No, not. Yes, we did look at a variety of models, and I think the market sounding, the feedback was that kind of this shelter without those features is recommended or was suggested as a good model for a pilot.
Okay.
Yes, and also I think just based on our regulatory, these are small. They're going to be permitted under the shelter use. Once they have bathrooms, kitchens, it becomes more expensive, more complex in terms of delivering the units.
Thanks. I understand that there in the report it says that there has been some conversations with BC Housing, but is there any commitment from BC Housing at this point to funding this pilot? I understand that we'd be in this for over $1 million as the city, but there's no commitment currently from the province or the federal government to continue that funding after 1 year. Is that correct?
The discussions are ongoing, but at this point, there is no commitment. That's correct.
So what would happen to those 10 individuals? Would they be replaced within our other housing programs if this pilot didn't continue?
I think the goal would be that anyone moving into one of these tiny shelter pilots, the hope would be that they wouldn't be there for 2 years, that the staff would be working with them to find more permanent housing. And just with, as with any other shelter, we would work to relocate folks at the end of the pilot.
Okay, thanks so much. Just regarding the RFP process for the operator, was there a specific RFP process? And has this operator, Luma Native Housing, ever taken on a tiny homes project before? Have they successfully run one?
We didn't do an RFP process because we are locating the units beside the existing shelters. So it just makes sense from an operational perspective to have Luma operate those shelters. And I don't believe Luma has operated tiny shelters, given that this is the first of its kind, I think, in Vancouver. And yes.
Have our staff traveled to or considered tiny homes, villages, models in other cities such as Seattle, Los Angeles, Portland, and looked at sort of the outcomes and weighed sort of the benefits, but also some of the challenges?
We did, staff did speak to a number of tiny shelter villages in other cities in San Francisco. One of our staff did visit the tiny shelters in Victoria. I think what we are doing here is we are proposing this as a pilot. There is an evaluation component in the report, as you'll note, to see what the health and housing outcomes are for folks. And should it be successful at the end of the 2-year pilot, we would come back and look at potentially expanding it.
Thanks. I'm hoping I have time for one more question, then I'll go back on the queue. But how much of the $1,020,000 that would be granted to the nonprofit would go to overhead costs versus operating expenses? So I'm talking about hard costs versus staffing costs or costs of the nonprofit.
I'm going to ask that Brooke Mellis answer that question, our Director of Homelessness Services, who worked on the budget.
Thank you.
Thank you, Celine. Good morning, Mayor and Council. Brooke Mellis, Director of Homelessness Services. So the question is with regards to how much of the operating budget
We'll go
is...
to overhead expenses, like for instance, staffing or costs of the nonprofit versus hard operating costs on site.
Yes.
We are just at the 5 minutes. So perhaps that answer can hold.
Yes,
Councilor DeGenova for your
perhaps
next
they can
round.
come back. I'll make that my first question when I come back. Thank you,
very
Chair.
much. Okay, Councilor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thank you. Recognizing that this is a pilot, I have some questions with respect to sort of future liability. And in terms of understanding we don't have that operating funding security yet from BC Housing, and the source of funds proposed is the EHT. I'm wondering if we are setting a precedent in terms of expectation to continue this from the city's main operating budget, or how staff would view that. Would continuing with a broader application of tiny homes be contingent upon senior government funding for operations?
Sandra Singh, General Manager, Arts, Culture, and Community Services. I think once we're done the evaluation and we report back to council with the pilot, our recommendation would be that this would be a service similar to shelter services that are whose operations are funded by senior government. So we do anticipate continuing those discussions with BC Housing.
Okay, so we have to look at it in that context and in that light. In terms of the future viability, also want your staff can comment sort of twofold. One is it possible that this could provide a higher quality alternative to shelters involving the shelter model? And the second part of the question is, what's the likelihood of being able to extend on a much bigger basis, given the fact that you need land, right, and sites. And so we've been populating sort of available sites with temporary modular housing, for example. So what's the likelihood, because these units don't have showers, future ones could, that affects cost, but you need to have some centralized services like showers, washrooms, meals, and so on. So how scalable do you see this being? This is the second part of the question. The first one, could it be a better alternative to shelters?
I think in our research and through the market sounding, it definitely is an alternative to shelters. They are individual structures, so there's some added privacy, in particular for couples or perhaps someone that needs a more quiet space than what might be found in a typical congregate setting, or if someone has pets. So there are definitely bonuses, I think, or advantages to this model. In terms of scalability, I think we did look at a variety of sites and places where we could put this. This I think is the most efficient use because of its adjacency to the existing shelter. There were very limited, once we kind of narrowed down all of the various options, there were limited sites that we were able to identify. So I do agree, if we have larger sites available, we would want to maximize the density through modular or other forms of temporary housing on those sites.
Okay, that was going to be my question, is you get into the land use discussion around what's the best use of the land in terms of speed to provide a solution versus housing people longer term and using kind of the land input. The other question I have, which is around the cost and following up on previous questions, the $500,000 a year, $1 million over 2 years for operating seems quite high, given there's existing facility there that's being run by Luma, sort of the meals, the bathrooms, for 10 shelters, which could be 10 individuals on a given night, could be 20. Can you provide some perspective on that? Because that seems to be about $50,000 per individual, or potentially $25,000 per if there's 20 people every year.
Celine Mobles, maybe I can answer that. We did, the budget that we've developed did look at, given that there are potentially 10, possibly 20 people in that outdoor facility, we do need some staffing to support. There's some peer base. We built in some funding for repairs and maintenance, those types of things. So there are additional costs to operating these additional units.
Okay, but any comment on $25,000 per person or $50,000 per unit if there's one person in there per year for operating support? It seems high. Like, is that a much higher metric than, say, supporting somebody in a shelter situation?
Hi, Brooke Mills here. Hi, this is actually the cost of operating shelter. It's not any higher than operating a typical emergency shelter. So the overhead costs related to staffing, 24/7 staffing support, programming, meals, repairs and maintenance are all inclusive and are actually in line with existing costs.
Okay, and then the other question around the use of EHT, which we've heard many times can't be used for operating, but are we able to use the operating funds? It's not coming from the main city budget, it's coming from people whose houses are empty because it's a pilot? Because we were advised we could use it for the vacancy SRO work, for example.
Sandra Singh here, General Manager. Yes, our understanding in our discussions with legal services is because this is a very short-term pilot, that was acceptable.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kirby-Young. Councillor Hardwick.
Sorry.
You can stay seated if you
Okay, sorry. First of all, to staff, why is there not a presentation on this pilot? It seems quite controversial, and I'm really surprised that we have a report, but we are not seeing a full presentation.
Sandra Singh, so this was a report back on a council motion directing us to explore the pilot and bring it back, and we thought it was a fairly straightforward report, given council's previous direction for us to implement something like this. So apologize that word.
I think something like this is the operative phrase. I would have liked to have seen a presentation since there is wide variability in how this might be applied. Again, I'm looking at 10 or maybe 20 spaces and a budget north of $1 million to $1.5 million. When we first looked into and advocated for tiny homes, we were looking at at outfits that were producing these tiny homes for about $8,000 a piece. How do we go from a 10 by 10 space that would cost on a pallet $8,000 that was contemplated really to be working with community groups and within the community to a budget in orders of magnitude larger? If you had even 10 people times $10,000 to build a tiny home, you get $100,000, not $1 million. How does that work?
Maybe Celine, I'll start, and if you could jump in. So this is because we're looking at a shelter pilot. There are supports that are around that, and as Brooke mentioned, the operating costs are commensurate with what it would cost to operate a shelter in terms of the per space cost. And we still will need to go through a procurement process for the actual units themselves. And so what we've put here is kind of the upside of the cost, and we do, of course, hope to deliver at a reduced cost.
Well, I would expect that to be incremental, not exponential increase in the costs associated with this activity. Did you look at other organizations? When I certainly first considered this, I was looking at church parking lots and supporting within faith-based groups, for example, or community groups. Why did you go straight to an existing provider of homelessness services?
Celine or Brooke, could you perhaps speak to the market sounding process?
Yeah, sorry.
Celine Mobless, we looked at a variety of options. This was, in our opinion, the quickest and the easiest way to implement a pilot, given that it's on an existing shelter. We explored, we had conversations with churches to put tiny shelters. We would have had fewer units, and we would have had to provide all of the on-site services, so bathroom, showers, laundry. There still would have needed to be a staffing component to make sure that the buildings were maintained and that the people living in the tiny shelters were supported. So we felt that the proposed approach today was the most cost-effective and able to be expeditiously implemented.
So expeditiously trumping the cost of alternatives. I would have liked to have seen some more alternatives instead of just going straight to a provider. Is it possible to see what other scenarios that you looked at prior to coming up with this recommendation?
Much of the information is captured in the appendix to the report in terms of the various models that we've looked at. The other and really, it was really about identifying a site. I think we did have some conversations with some of the churches, but I think those conversations would have taken longer in order to deliver a pilot by next fall.
Okay. Have you looked at the budgets that have been done on comparable developments? You mentioned that you'd looked at Victoria, and there are now a good multiple number of these kinds of projects across Western North America. How many comparables did you look at arriving at this scenario?
Brooke Mellis. So we looked at a few scenarios, and some of them are actually, this is a little bit unique in that we are really co-locating to an existing service provider to ensure that supports are in place for the shelter guests. So the costs are comparative in terms of shelter provision within the city and the province of BC.
Okay, we'll have to leave it there. Thank you very much, staff, for your responses. Councillor Fry, over to you.
Yeah, thank you. And thanks for putting this together, staff. I also would have liked to see the presentation, but I appreciate that this is more expeditious, and this is an expeditious project. I was a little concerned around the cost of the units, having invited pallet shelters up to speak to us when this motion was introduced. And their 4-bed unit comes in at about $12,000 Canadian, and it's manufactured in Everett, just across the border. But I appreciate that this is just a general sort of scoping and that the RFP process will maybe determine that we do go with a less expensive option. I'm curious, what are the RFP criteria going to be in selecting a temporary, one of these tiny homes? Generally speaking.
So Brooke Mellis, so we will work with procurement to determine those final details to ensure we are in meeting all of the criteria required.
Is it appropriate at all for us to give direction in the form of amendment to sort of, you know, talk about reusability and, you know, versatility and cost? Or is that better left with staff?
It's Sandra Singh here. I think through the work that staff have done, there's a number of criteria that would be put forward in the RFP, and some of that is explained in the appendix. I think we have what we need to put forward a pragmatic description of what's needed in these for the RFP. So I don't think we need direction from council on that at this point.
Okay. Okay. Appreciate that council will be looking for, or that's council, and I'm sure staff will also be looking for, you know, cost effectiveness and reusability and versatility. I'm curious how this
Absolutely.
Yeah, thank you for that clarification. I'm curious how this pilot responds to the recent court decision around the injunction at Crab Park, which said that essentially we couldn't evict the tent city because there was not suitable housing available through BC Housing. Do you see this as a response to that at all, and how this might respond to that court direction?
Sandra Singh here. We can't really speak to and provide kind of a legal commentary, of course, on that direction. What we can say is that these, as per the report, the idea of these tiny shelters will appeal to some residents who are experiencing homelessness that don't feel that their needs are met in a traditional congregate shelter setting. So I think that for some folks that don't see themselves in a congregate shelter, this could meet those needs.
And speaking, just your impression in conversation with BC Housing, has their position changed in the last couple of years? Certainly, when I first brought this forward, there was not as much enthusiasm around the idea. Has BC Housing's position changed at all around tiny shelters as an option?
Celine?
Yeah, Celine Mobles here. I think we've walked them through the outcomes of the market sounding and what we've heard and what we're proposing today, and there's definitely an interest there. I think they do see some of the benefits of having the tiny shelters, just in terms of some of the privacy and other benefits that are referenced in the report. So I think there's an interest there for sure.
That's helpful to hear, and that's great. How is the land use in contemplating using, say, parking lots? And obviously, we currently have a system where folks will put in community gardens to get a reduced tax rate and have it classified as a Class 8 recreational. Has there been any opportunity to discuss these as a Class 3 supportive housing, so we could convert this parking lot classification with BC assessment and provide a very reduced tax rate?
These will be a shelter, so it's not defined as a residential use. It's a shelter use. So not at this juncture in this model.
So BC assessment will be assessing this as a commercial use, essentially. That's okay. That's okay. I'm gonna you don't need to answer that. I can figure that part out on my own. Thanks, Celine. I'm going to come back for another round.
Thank you very much, Councillor Fry. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Chair. And I also thank you for the report. I just want to follow up on the capital cost, specifically recognizing there's still a procurement process, but at this stage, proposing an allocation of $460,000 for capital, so that's $46,000 a unit or $23,000 a bed. But I noted in the memo Appendix C, and I'm just pulling up the reference, pages 7 and 8, when staff sort of initially updated us on this, is there was reference to options A, B, and C as potential cost per unit. And at that time, the recommendation was that option A would be ideal, which was $28,000 a unit with a total cost of $280,000. Could you just walk me through a little bit more of how we got to $46,000 capital costs?
Hi, Brooke Mellis. Hi, Brooke Mellis. So we did also account for a contingency in the capital cost, just again, because it's a pilot, not being aware of things like the final shipping and handling costs, the different components of the actual structure itself. So we wanted to be conservative and really ensure that we've considered every aspect. There's also costs related to the hookups and in addition to shipping and customs, but actually the hookups to heat and power source, assembly, all of those costs were added to the actual cost of the structures themselves. Landscape and lighting as well, monitoring for safety, all of those items were considered. Thank you.
Thanks. So would it be fair to say, again, you're going to go through the procurement process. Obviously, cost and affordability is typically one of your criteria for that procurement. There is a possibility that this won't be the capital cost per units. It may not be 46,000 per unit. It may be less than that. Would that be fair to say, depending on the bids you get?
Brooke Mellis, yes, that would be fair.
Okay, thank you. And then my second question is with respect to recommendation within the report that staff would continue discussions with senior levels of government around funding, and there were some questions that touched on that. But I'm curious if you have specifically identified funding streams provincially and federally, because there have been a number over the course of the last couple of years of our term where you have brought recommendations saying we should apply for funding. Have you identified funding streams, grant application streams that may be coming to council for approval?
Sandra Singh here. Yes, we're in contact with our IGR and partners in finance around different funding streams. So this is a project that we have identified. However, in order to move forward with it, we do have to have a funding source. So pending, it's possible that should we receive a grant from senior level of government to implement this, then we could redeploy these funds for some other purpose.
Okay, thank you. And then last question is just with respect to, you obviously you've allocated $20,000 for evaluation. Do you see an opportunity for this to be a model of tiny homes potentially, recognizing in this context it's tiny shelters, it's emergency shelter, it's a different model than congregate, but do you foresee that, or will that be built into the evaluation considerations?
Celine Douglas. Oh, go ahead, Brooke.
Go ahead, Celine. Brooke Mellis, sorry. So the evaluation will really focus on the actual tiny shelters. There could be a possibility that there is conditions that come out of it related to tiny homes, but to be very clear, we will be focusing on this particular pilot and its outcomes and the process. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Dominato. Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, I wonder if you could describe for the listeners and me, the other councillors, what these units would look like. What would they, how warm would they be? How big would they be? What would be in them? That kind of thing.
Brooke Mellis. So we are looking at 100 square feet space, looking to ensure that up to 2 people can be accommodated. They will have beds and some storage space, and they will also have life safety features in terms of for fire safety, fire and life safety, as well as some space for storing goods. And ensuring that we have both heat and air conditioning capacity for the units. So they're very private. They have a door. And yeah, and thank you.
Okay, thanks. Would the folks who stay in them pay their welfare shelter portion to do that? I don't think you can get the welfare shelter portion unless you actually pay it. So I was wondering if this could possibly be a source of revenue that wouldn't, another way of basically hitting the provincial government without actually saying we're doing it.
Brooke Mellis, thanks for the question. So no, these will be sheltered. So there will not be payment for staying in the tiny shelter structures, similar to other shelter.
And the last question is, does staff plan to do any work on other models of operating a tiny home village that would maybe involve nonprofit groups or volunteer groups and private land like Councillor Fry was thinking of? That could probably be a lot cheaper.
Celine Mobless, I think that will be part of the evaluation, is to see kind of the outcomes and the benefits and some of the challenges associated with the pilot. And once we have that evaluation, we'll come back to council and propose next steps and perhaps other models such as you suggest, Councillor Swanson. Thank you.
Okie doke, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Swanson. And I just want to acknowledge we are hearing from the public that the audio feed is inconsistent and there may be some sound issues. So just to advise that we are working on that. Our IT teams are working on that actively right now to resolve it.
Could I just propose we possibly have a recess, Chair?
That's exactly where we were headed. So we're going to recess for about, I'm just looking to staff, for 5 minutes, and then we'll resume and hopefully have that audio issue fixed. So we'll come back at 10:20. 10:20. We will resume. And I see we do have quorum. And just to make a note to the public and to council is that the audio issues we hope have been resolved, and we'll only know if we start back into our proceedings and tune into the live feed to see if they've been fixed. So we're going to start, and then if they're not resolved, then of course we need to take another recess. So Councillor Wiebe, you're on for questions of staff.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Chair. My first question is, are we able to put a couple elements of the option B and C so that we can ensure that we can see if those services would work if we are looking at future sites like church parking lots and others? But was there a thought, because this is really a test pilot, to look at some of those services, even though they might be in the larger facility as well, but to test some of them out, recognizing this is an important information gathering exercise?
Celine Mobles, I think the recommended option before you today is cost effective, just in terms of the efficiencies found with the congregate setting, and really offers an opportunity for us to evaluate that model. So I would recommend that just to stay within budget, that we do use the services in those other sites. And also in our market sounding, we did do a call out for partners that brought land, operators, builders, how we might bring all of those different pieces together in a pilot. This is the kind of the preferred outcome, just in terms of delivering it quickly and with the benefits that are noted in the report.
Okay, and in the report, I really appreciate how you broke down the ADUs and all the other components of the motion and other alternatives and brought just this one piece here today. So I really appreciated how that was laid out in the report. Can you explain a little bit more of how this would fit into the affordable housing continuum? So you talked about this not being a long-term solution, this type of housing, but can you talk about where in the continuum it would be, from the encampments or from people dealing with homelessness? So where do you feel that this type of housing fits in our current housing continuum as we continue to lift people out of homelessness?
Celine Mobles here. We see it as sitting on the kind of the emergency response or the shelter continuum. So it's definitely improvement from sleeping outside with no shelter. The structures will offer some heat, power, security, a door that will lock, and the benefits of having some meals and supports and connections to longer term housing options. So we would see it as emergency response on that shelter part of the continuum.
So emergency response, but you also talked about some shelters, right? It's tough to have a dog or other opportunities. So this might be allowing people to have a choice of the housing they want and be able to meet the needs of people that we currently might not be able to meet. Is that correct?
Celine Mobles, typically all of our shelters, our temporary shelters, are low barriers. So they allow people to come with pets and with carts, and there's storage for belongings. I think one of the benefits for this model is that it could support couples. So I know that that's a challenge in some of our existing shelters, is finding access for couples wanting to seek shelter together. So this model could serve that need.
Okay, is that a need that we see currently in our shelter system, that we do have couples looking to house together?
Yes, and some shelters offer space for couples, but not all shelters. So this would support that need.
Do we also see this an opportunity for a child and a parent, or small families? Would there be some that could house a parent and a single child, or is that not an option in a place like this?
Not in this case. In terms of, it's for individuals that are 19 or older. And I would say that if there was a parent with a child, we would very quickly want to work with them to find a more permanent, secure housing of some form. That we would prioritize that as opposed to putting them in this type of unit.
I really appreciate that. Thank you so much for this work.
Thank you, Councillor Wiebe. Councillor Dominato. Oh, sorry, Councillor DiGenova.
Thanks so much. I'm wondering if we haven't answered the question I'd left off with, so I don't have to ask it again.
Hi, thank you, Councillor Brooke Mellis. So the answer to your question, 80% of the costs are considered soft costs. So really our for the provision of the 24/7 staffing support that would be required. And then the other 20% is inclusive of repairs and maintenance, utilities required to service the shelter structures, the extra food for meals that would be required as well.
Okay, thanks. I'm just wondering, what's the procurement strategy for this? Has the $46,000 capital cost per unit been verified here?
Celine Mobles. It's an up to amount. Again, we're basing the budget on the market sounding, kind of the range that we found. So we will be working with procurement on that process.
Okay. So the 2-year, $1.5 million, so I'm just adding this up here, request equates to $6,250 per tiny shelter space per month. Can you comment on the cost and effectiveness of that, considering I'm looking right now on Craigslist and at market condos that are renting at far less for that, that are fairly new and are of greater square footage?
Thank you, Councillor Brooke Mellis. So we would look typically at the operating costs separately from the capital costs, and the operating costs for these units are approximately $2,600 per bed per month, not units, pardon me, beds. And so those actually fall in line with the cost of provision of 24/7 supportive shelter provision.
Have you contacted BC Housing to see if they if this would be supported in their model? So if we ask them for funding for this in future years, would they be able to fund that, considering I mean, the exorbitant cost of $6,250 per month per unit? Would they be willing to do that even?
Brooke Mellis. So as Celine had mentioned, we are in active conversations with the province around this project. They have expressed interest in the project but are not able to commit to funding at this time, but we will continue to engage with them.
Does this match up for the operational funding and, you know, the comparable numbers that I just mentioned? Does that match up to their other numbers of what they currently fund?
Brooke Mellis.
Comparable space?
So shelter, for the operation of shelter, I would say that yes, it does. We didn't ask specifically for an entire, you know, the capital piece is new. It's a pilot, so that there isn't a comparable for that. It's just what we got from the market.
And there's no cooking spaces here, correct? No cooking spaces or bathrooms in these homes.
Yes, not in the units themselves. They would be using the services in the shelter, and shelter provision is more expensive than housing.
Okay, so they're really not tiny homes, they're tiny sleeping spaces. Is that a fair comparison, considering a home would be where you would have all of those things?
Yes, we've been very specific to refer to them as tiny shelter spaces, not to confuse with self-contained home.
Thank you very much. Just considering the reports out there in the media and some other counselors calling them tiny homes as well. I've even done it, so just wanted to make sure. And then I'm just wondering, has there been any conversations just on the fire side? I sent over some questions last night. I would assume the city manager had said there would be answers for some of those questions today. So considering the reported high volume of calls to other social housing buildings that house individuals with complex care needs or those who were experiencing homelessness or still are, how might this pilot affect police resources, and what is BPD's opinion on this project?
Sandra Singh here. So because this is a very modest expansion of an existing shelter that's been in operation for over a year, we did not actually consult BPD on this. If we were looking at a much larger standalone shelter, we do actively engage BPD, but this is a modest expansion of an existing operating shelter.
Thanks. I see that's about my time. I mean, I had more questions, and I hope that if I can just ask through you, Chair, if I could ask the city manager if my questions, the list that I'd sent in, the rest of them could be answered and sent back to all of council, that would be great.
Okay.
Can I just get verification on that?
Councillor DiGenova,
at a later time.
Yeah. I do understand that those questions, there has been a response that comprehensive answers to all of those questions would not necessarily be available today, given the short timeline of posing those questions yesterday and the depth. So I trust that City Manager will get back to you with any information that they do have, and we'll move on. Councillor Dominato.
And all of council, please. Thank you.
Go ahead, Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Chair. I just have a couple of follow-up questions with respect to the funding component. And one is just around with the existing shelters that we have in the city. Could staff just elaborate on how those are largely funded in terms of operating and capital? Let's focus on maybe operating at this point. That would be
operating. BC Housing funds shelter operations.
Are we funding any shelter operations ourselves right now?
We are not.
Okay. Thank you. And then just for context, I just want to follow up on a point that was identified around the proposed operating budget here being in line with existing shelter operations. So is that fairly consistent that we're looking at, $50,000 per person, or if you include capital, $75,000 per person? But so this is consistent with our other shelter, even though we aren't funding them, but with expenses of shelters in the city?
Thank you, Councillor Brooke Mellis. So we should leave the capital out of that equation because the shelter models and the building structures vary from site to site. So looking purely at the operational costs, yes, we are in line with operational costs.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification. I appreciate it. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Dominato. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, thanks. And again, really appreciate, there's so much detail in this report that many of these questions have been sort of addressed. I'm curious around the particulars on PDS and the report backs that we're expecting in Q4 on how these would actually work from a zoning and building bylaw perspective, and if we anticipate how this pilot will inform that report back, and if we're any flags coming forward with any of this from a planning and development standpoint.
Celine Mobiles, I'm not sure if there's someone from planning here, but we did work really closely with DBL, with PDS on all of the various options, and the one that we're bringing forward today is considered an allowable use under zoning development bylaw in terms of a shelter use. And we are working with our chief building official and fire around some of the building code and life safety features. I think larger self-contained tiny homes would require more extensive regulatory changes to our land use and our zoning bylaw and our building bylaw. So this pilot will assess kind of the outcomes based on a shelter model, and following that, we would report back if there is a recommendation to expand or look at different forms of these tiny structures.
Okay, great. Well, I look forward to that in Q4 as well, and I hopefully look forward to a successful vote to approve this pilot today. And Chair, I'm wondering if there's nobody else on the. We have a speaker. Oh, great. Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Fry, and seeing you're the last person on the queue, we will move to hear from our speakers. So before we begin, I'd like to remind speakers that they have 5 minutes to make their comments, should state whether they are in support or in opposition of the recommendations, and may only speak once. Council members have up to 3 minutes to ask questions of speakers. However, speakers are under no obligation to respond. I'll also ask if speakers are residents of Vancouver if it's not indicated on the speakers list. And then following the last speaker on for each item, we will go back through the list for those who are not present when their name was initially called. And I also want to note the City of Vancouver's long-standing commitment to equity, diversity, and inclusion, including utmost respect for all genders. I remind Council that when addressing speakers and staff, we will avoid using gendered honorifics and will instead refer to the person by first and last name, role, or title. So our first and only speaker to this item today, registered speaker, is Jin Zhu. And I believe,
Hi.
yes, okay, we can hear you. You do have 5
Okay,
minutes
perfect.
to speak to council. Please go ahead.
Yeah, so my name is Jen, and I'm here acting as an interpreter on behalf of the owner of a property in proximity to 875 Terminal Avenue. So in regards to the tiny homes and shelters project, his main concerns relate to the increase of people living in the predominantly industrial area. As a result of the increase, his property has actually encountered various trespassers that spend the night at his property, even when the gates are locked, and they would jump over the dumpster of a neighboring property and over the fence to gain access to the owner's property. And examples like these have caused much issues regarding safety and security in the area. And the owner also wanted to ask a question of there was consideration for the project to be relocated into an area that is meant for living. And from an economical point of view, would it be worth the high cost of $1.5 million to create 10 units of housing that may be only occupied by one person or one couple at a time, taking in the high operational and construction costs? Or would the funds be allocated to established facilities that may hold greater capacities at lower operating costs, therefore taking in more of those without shelter?
Okay, so I hear that you've got a number of questions. So you do have questions from Councillor DiGenova. We can't directly respond to your questions in this forum. Councillor Swanson,
no
if you wouldn't
problem.
mind just going on mute. So we can't respond directly to your questions, of course, but you do have questions from Councillor DiGenova, and any councillors can pose your questions back to staff at the time that is allowed. So Councillor DiGenova, you have 3 minutes to ask questions of Speaker.
Thanks. I was just wondering if the individual that you're speaking for today that felt unsafe or has concerns has the ability to connect with our city staff to report these concerns, or has done that in the past, or has the ability to share that with council, either through you writing an email, or so our staff, council, and or has the individual that you're speaking for today contacted the police when some of these things are happening, if they are concerned for their safety, for the safety of people in the neighborhood? I do believe on he has contacted the police, and I believe that he has actually installed his own safety measures, such as putting like barbed wire over the fence to prevent people from jumping over. So he has taken action to it. But in terms of contacting the city about it, I don't think he knew that was much of an option either. So could I ask, would you be willing to reach out to all of council? You can find our email addresses on the city webpage and just share a little more information as to what measures he's taken and or they've taken, and then we could also connect them with our staff. Okay, no problem. Yes. Thank you very much, and thanks for making the time to speak for someone else today who can't speak for themselves. Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much to the speaker. There are no further questions for you, but we appreciate you coming to speak to council.
Thank you.
Oh, Councillor Swanson, I see you've just added your name to the question queue. I'm not sure if the speaker is still on the line. Councillor Swanson, just check that you're not on mute, but did you want to ask a question to speaker, or did you want to be on the main queue?
I just wanted to move the motions,
Okay,
the recommendation.
We're going to go back to the main queue here. And I fortunately see that Councillor Hardwick is...
point of privilege, a point of procedure.
Just a second, Councillor DiGenova. We were on question queue, Councillor Swanson, so you were on the wrong queue to move the motion. Sorry, I do apologize that that happened. Oh, Councillor Hardwick has gone off the queue. So look, go ahead, Councillor Swanson, if you'd like to...
Just a point of procedure, Chair.
Councillor DiGenova, go ahead.
I was wondering, I know it's not in our procedure bylaw, but it is customary that, the counselor who brought forward a motion to council
Counselor DeGenova,
does
I'm
get
just
to pass
this is
that.
not
I'm wondering,
this is not a point of procedure, and we're
it's
just
a
going to
point
go.
of procedure. Counselor Fry said he'd
Counselor
like to move
Fry
the
is
motion. I
sitting
was
in
just
the
wondering.
chambers right
Okay,
now and knows how to put
great.
himself on the queue. So we're going to leave it there. And I just would ask that there are not going to be interruptions through our proceeding today because there's already been two.
Please don't yell at me, especially
And
on Pig Shirt Proclamation Day, Chair.
okay, I think what we're going to do is just allow the chair, the clerks, and counselors to conduct themselves in the way that they know how to follow the procedure bylaw. And that's how we're going to work today. So over to Counselor Swanson.
I move the recommendations.
Thank you very much, Counselor Swanson. And see any further comment at this moment?
Not now.
Okay, so I'm going to move us to Counselor Hardwick for debate.
In a referral amendment.
Great, thank you very much. So we're going to move to an amendment queue, and we do have that amendment. So I'll ask you to put yourself back on the queue, please, Counselor Hardwick, and you can introduce your amendment. Okay, please go ahead.
Yeah, I've been supportive of the notion of tiny homes since I first heard about it. But what I've seen in this report and in this pilot does not align with what my understanding of how that tiny homes would be really implemented. And this is going straight to a vendor and a scenario that is set to cost a lot more money than was originally anticipated. So I think it's not ready for prime time, and I think we should refer it back to staff and ensure that we have senior government support if indeed we're going to pursue that, because it was, as it was pointed out earlier, operationally, BC Housing, the province has covered the cost, and we're now being asked in this scenario to cover operational costs in addition to capital costs, which again, just do not compute to me on the basis of other scenarios that I've seen where we've been looking at 10 dwellings, for 10 dwellings to cost $10,000 a year or to construct would be reasonable, but we're seeing $1 million price tags overall attached to this, and I just don't think it's ready. And again, might have felt different if we'd had a more thorough presentation around this, but I think we need to send it back and see more work around it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hardwick. Councillor Fry to the amendment.
Yeah, and with all respect to my colleague, I couldn't disagree more. I think that we, as evidenced by the recent decision, the court decision around the Tent City and Crab Park, and the notion that there is not suitable housing available to relocate folks into, and that in lieu of that, we'll have to maintain tent cities. We need to do things differently. Clearly, BC Housing and senior governments do need to step up to the plate on this, but I will remind Council that in the absence, this pilot is to set the framework and the opportunity to potentially roll this kind of thing out with the support of senior government. Right now, if senior government was to turn around and say, yeah, we're ready to support this, we don't actually have the mechanism in place. We don't have the pilot in place. We don't have any of that understanding of how this would work. That's the critical importance of rolling out a pilot. This is something that I've been advocating for since 2014. And when I first attended Dignity Village down in Portland, Oregon, and honest to goodness, I think that this is this is something that has been successfully deployed in jurisdictions up and down the coast. I think we owe it to our residents, both housed and unhoused, given the proliferation of complaints that we have about the dearth of housing and the people living on the streets and what that means for everybody in our city. I think we need to try options. Clearly, the SRO shelter system is not adequate for people's needs, and the courts have literally just said that. So I think that this pilot needs our support, and I'm definitely going to be advocating strong and hard, both as a counselor and in my role at UBCM, to see additional senior government support for this kind of thing, but we need to move on it. And I'm not prepared to refer this back to staff and see it wait till the next council, maybe or maybe not.
Councillor Swanson, over to you.
Yeah, I'm opposed to the amendment. There's this idea out there that the city shouldn't spend money on things like homelessness that have been downloaded on the city by senior governments like the province and the feds. But there's a huge issue with that theory in my head, and that is, if the feds and the province won't do what they should do, then who will? I mean, do we want thousands of homeless people on the street instead of hundreds? I think, we just have to take the action that's needed. And in this case, we could get 10 to 20 more people into a cozy little room, and that's what we should do, and we should do it as fast as we can. That's it for me.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I'm a huge fan of, kind of leveling a conversation sort of based in sort of facts, but just being clear about what we are supporting, what it's likely to result in. And so I've heard commentary around it's $1 million, it's $1.5 million. Let's be clear. Council is being asked to approve $1.5 million, $460,000 is capital, $1 million is operating. So when we've heard, for example, some comments, well, the units have ballooned, and I would like to see them be less expensive per unit also. I think that's been raised by some of my colleagues. But when we hear comments that the units have ballooned from $10,000 per to $1 million, it's not that. It's 46 projected and hopefully less, because $1 million of the $1.5 million is operating. I've also heard some commentary and discussion on social media around the city spending $1 million on this. And again, I just want to be clear that the source of funds is from the empty homes tax, which is collected by people not living in homes, because we want homes to be homes for people. And the legislation around the empty homes tax stipulates that it must be spent on housing initiatives. So I want to make sure that we're very clear around perspective on that and the funds. Having said that, I do not think the city cannot be, we don't have the financial wherewithal to be in the business of the operations of housing, but we do enable it because it's critical in our city in terms of providing land, in terms of regulation and policy, and some of those other pieces. And we need to partner with the senior levels of government to get that done. We also have a situation, and I might save some of these comments a bit for later, but we have a situation where we have, at any given time, a couple of thousand people sleeping on the streets. The knock-on impacts in our communities, not only for those individuals being in that situation, but in our communities, is significant. And we also have ongoing issues with park encampments and legal challenges that are going to require us to think creatively and look at higher thresholds around what is suitable housing. And so I do think that the City of Vancouver can play a role in terms of being creative and good partners with senior levels of government to try to put forward solutions that may be alternatives to traditional things like shelters that can augment some of the other housing options that we have for people that are at different points along the continuum. And if, for example, we could more broadly apply this, I know land will be a challenge. I'm very realistic. It might be difficult to extend this pilot on a large scale, but if we could look at some situations where we could set up tiny home villages, for example, as opposed to park encampments, so that we're trying to both provide needed housing for people and not have the knock-on impacts in the parks. So the parks are out of use, or we're seeing the impacts on communities and different people. We see growing life safety issues in that situation the longer that encampments continue. Then I think that there's some validity in signaling to the province, and we've all agreed at different levels of government to work together on tackling these issues, that we're willing to be creative and hopefully step up with the province and Ministry EB around different solutions. So from that perspective, I wouldn't support the referral, but I do want to be very clear that I'm also not looking for the City of Vancouver to take on these operational costs. But again, as mentioned, the source of funding is EHT, which is specifically to be spent upon housing initiatives. So for that reason, I'm not going to support the amendment. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Kirby-Young. Councillor Carr.
Thanks, Chair. I'm going to ask if you would rule on whether or not this referral amendment is out of order based on Section 8.7F of our procedure bylaw being dilatory or frivolous. And the reason being that in the motion itself that we are dealing with, if you look to recommendation C, it states that council directs staff to continue to work with senior government to secure operating funding to implement the tiny shelter pilot project. So it seems like that the language in the amendment duplicates the intent of recommendation C in the staff report.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. I will rule on that, and I'll just take a 3-minute recess to deliberate. We'll be right back. I'll provide my ruling on Councillor Carr's request, and I actually would determine that this amendment is in order on the basis that it is the main part of the amendment is a referral, and that staff provide further consideration, generally speaking, on the pilot and the report. And then, of course, it does speak to ongoing staff request funding from BC Housing and the federal government prior to bringing recommendations back, which is distinct from what is in recommendation C. So that is my ruling that this amendment is in order.
Okay, then speaking to the amendment, I will not be supporting the amendment, and I will not support it because it is, in fact, a pilot, this pilot was brought to us by staff actually considering a member's motion, so that this is already, in essence, a report back on a motion, and I think it's just time that we got a pilot going so we can have further analysis and better information upon which to make decisions around expanding such a program.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, Councillor Carr. Councillor DiGenova, 3 minutes. You have 5 minutes
to
to the amendment.
the referral.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Many council members here, I think we all came together on looking at different forms of housing. I didn't realize that that meant that we would be on the hook for the operational costs and that we would be downloading costs onto ourselves. As far as I can see in this report, although there's been conversations, there has been no formal ask to the province to fund this in its entirety. And I don't think that's fair. It's not saying that the province won't fund this or won't fund a similar model. But I don't know that right now because we haven't asked them. Many council members here encourage staff to not further explore inboard bedrooms in Vancouver. You know, the bedrooms that borrow light from a window inside them from another window in a home because they thought that that wasn't humane for a family to live there when some families are using large closets as bedrooms for their children right now. But these same colleagues are willing to vote on not tiny homes, but tiny shelters that don't have a cooking space or a bathroom, but come at a price of $6,200. Actually, no, let me get the exact number here. It's $6,250 a month for each of them. You know, to Councillor Kirby-Young's point that this is coming from the EHT and that we have a lot of homeless people on our streets, taking 10 of them off won't even make a dent. But I think with $6,200 a month per tiny unit that we have here, we could probably stretch that and do a lot more with our land and with modular housing and with other options. Or perhaps there's the will for BC Housing to come into this game with the federal government as well to look at other options for tiny homes that include bathrooms, that include kitchens, that include a community, that could be a shelter or could be transitional housing. But that's not what this is. So I do appreciate the referral back by Councillor Hardwick. And, you know, many of my colleagues who've just spoken against these referrals back on members' motions have referred back many other member motions on their reports back. So I'd just like to remind you of this. But this is signaling something different. This will be our council deciding to download onto ourselves operational shelter and housing costs. We will be sending that message, and I am very concerned about the ramifications in the future, especially considering I believe that we actually have a good relationship right now with the province, maybe even better this council at the political levels, considering the political will and the work that we did together on the phone with Minister Eby when we did say that we would move forward, but we do it together. And I don't see this as moving forward together. I see this as an experiment, which it's been called by the Globe and Mail. And considering my work in non-market housing and non-profit housing, working with vulnerable people to whom I worked hard and work hard to provide housing to at $375 a month, and that's informed my some of the reasons that I ran for council to make housing more affordable in our city. This isn't the way. This isn't the way, and we could help more people. We also have to stay in our lane, and this isn't our lane. So I appreciate the fact that Councillor Hardwick's referral leaves the door open to us supporting this and working with BC Housing. But if this referral fails, we essentially will be taking on costs. And yet again, as Councillor Kirby-Young and I have both said, taxes have gone up 20%. So we can say this is from the EHT, but we could better spend the EHT. We could be more frugal with the EHT and do more for the people who live in the city of Vancouver, working with our partners at the federal and provincial levels. So I'm going to keep this very high level because I appreciate the work staff have done. I love researching and looking up models of housing, and that's why I have on tiny homes from Portland to San Francisco to LA. I know why Obama's housing director and advisor suggested against them. I would hope that each and every one of my council colleagues does too before you make this decision. Thank you.
Councillor Hardwick.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to elaborate a little bit more further to some of the commentary that I've heard from my council colleagues. Unpacking this $1.5 million in round numbers, just so everyone understands, there's $500,000 attributed to building 10 tiny dwellings. That's well in excess of what research showed they could be built for. That's the capital part, the $500,000. Do the math. Divide that by 10, that gives you, in the order of magnitude, $50,000 per, as opposed to $10,000 per. So it's 5 times as much for the same thing that we're seeing in other jurisdictions. And then the $1 million on the operating side of things, which is not our responsibility and is downloading, is over 2 years. So that means $500,000 per year in operating expenses for these 10 units. Now, if that's staff time, how many employees full-time, how many extra employees full-time are we hiring to do this? And then the other costs that would be, are we feeding everybody? What else is coming with it? But $500,000 a year for 2 years to service 10 100 square foot units, in addition of the cost of building them in the first place, is a very expensive experiment. And I don't think that was the intention. I know that council's intentions are good with respect to tiny homes, but again, the numbers speak for themselves. And I just don't think it's ready for prime time. It should go back and be further refined. And I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks. I feel compelled to add a couple of other comments. And yes, I wish it was less. And yes, it seems expensive. And yes, we have to be careful stewards of taxpayer funds. But and I hope that the final cost will be less than $46,000 capital per unit. But it's around $500,000 to build sort of a room of some type, right? Whether it's SRO, whether it's contained with facilities or otherwise. So this is about a tenth. Let's hope it's less. But also look at the costs of people, not just in terms of dignity for people remaining on the street, but the downstream costs of police attending. We approved $2.1 million in street cleaning grants yesterday. I think it said in there's about 13,000, I don't know how you describe it, but units of human feces that were quantified and collected. And so not only is there the impact of the financial cost of that, but the impact to residents in the city and to small businesses. And I think we have to be creative, because clearly what we're doing now is not working. So we can throw up our hands and say, let's take more time. Or we can throw up our hands and say, well, we should have longer term housing. But meanwhile, we have the issues right now. I participated in the homeless count 2 years ago and walked around. I would venture to say we haven't done one for 2 years, that it has not gotten better. I think we all know that. But really, I think that we have to look at this a little bit holistically. And I want to be explicitly clear. I do not support the city paying ongoing operating costs, but I do support us trying to figure out some creative ways to make these solutions, or to come out with solutions and make them better, and send very strong signals to the senior levels of government that we're willing to be creative and to try things and to partner. And we expect them to step up and fulfill their role, and we're going to try and do our best to do ours. So I just wanted to provide some context. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Weeb.
Yeah, I will be voting against the referral for the simple fact that those 10 couples, people, it matters to them. It's going to matter. I know what was said is a drop in a bucket, but to those 10 people, this is going to be a huge component of their lives. This is going to lift them up. This is going to support them. The operating funding is supporting, is full supports for people that need supports. This is what we asked for. We asked for solutions. We asked to challenge the status quo. I think this report has a lot of amazing elements and different solutions that aren't ready yet. This is one of the areas that is ready. And to stall this when we have people on our streets, the most vulnerable, do not have a place to feel safe. This will have an opportunity to have heating and cooling and all the elements we talk about needing to support the most vulnerable people in Vancouver. And stalling this will hurt those people. So for myself, I can picture the people that this will support. I look forward to welcoming them to these doors, and I will not be supporting a referral.
Thanks, Councillor Weeb. Seeing no one else in the queue, we can go to a vote on the referral. And that referral has failed with Councillors Carr, Fry, Swanson, Weeb, Boyle, Dominato, Kirby Young, Mayor Stewart, and myself in opposition. Councillor Hardwick, you still have the floor.
Oh, that's a holdover.
Councillor Kirby Young to the report, unamended.
I'll hold. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, it just, I do want to thank staff for the work that's gone into this. And just reflecting on, yes, obviously we don't want to be paying for this as the city of Vancouver, and we are going to put pressure on senior governments to step up to the plate on supporting this. Oh, actually, Chair, I see my timer was started at 3 minutes.
You.
I don't think I've spoken yet. I haven't. But in any event.
Did you make some earlier comments on the main queue to this report?
No.
No? Okay.
That's okay. I won't need the full 5 minutes anyway.
I'll keep that in mind. Thank you.
I do want to reflect that that I did have the opportunity back in 2014 to visit the Dignity Village in Portland, Oregon, and that's what had really started my interest in this work. And the most interesting piece for me was the results that it had for folks. And you know, they had a bunch of a similar construct with sort of outbuildings that provided showers and kitchens and that kind of thing, and small shelters where people could sleep in and they could bring their stuff and they could lock their door. And locking a door is something that we all take for granted, but it really actually is a pretty significant piece of personal security and security of your stuff, and just a dignity of housing that isn't provided in a shelter cubicle, that isn't provided in a lot of SROs. And we've heard the courts loud and clear say that the stuff on offer in the city of Vancouver, not through any fault of the city of Vancouver, but the stuff on offer currently through BC Housing is not substantial enough and sustainable. So we need to come up with other solutions. And what impressed me the most about Dignity Village when I visited there was that there was rules and there was community engagement around it, and the time limit to stay there was 2 years. And the average stay was 6 months, because what it affected, it was an opportunity for folks to get their feet on the ground and have a roof over their heads, and get mail and get their ID and get all those kind of things that, again, many of us will take for granted. And they got on their feet, and it was a transition to more stable housing. I urge folks to check out the Pallet Shelter website. Those are the folks that we brought up when I first introduced this motion, and they came and spoke to it. And they provide these flat-packed modular assembly huts, and they are rolling them out up and down the coast. And the results are quite astounding. And they are a triage to better housing for folks. So folks aren't expected to live there forever. They are arriving there, they're getting stabilized, they're moving into more permanent housing where they may not even need supports. Obviously, what we're doing now isn't working. This is an opportunity to pilot something new. This is an opportunity for us to say, as a city, we're willing to explore these things, these new ideas, but we need that senior government support. And until we approve a pilot like this, we can't even put our hand out and say, hey, senior government, support us with this idea. So we need to move forward on this. Time is of the essence. And I just want to repeat that we had, I think, a pretty crucial blow coming from the court decision on Crab Park that we need to consider when we move forward on this pilot, because we can't give up our parks to become de facto encampments for folks who have nowhere else to go when the courts are saying that what's on offer is not substantial enough. So I'm grateful to staff for the work that they've put into this, and I'm really grateful to see the sort of the change in the approach to this, where there was a lot of resistance to this idea a while ago. Now we're starting to come around to it as a potential, and I'm grateful for that. And I hope to see this pass.
Thank you, Councillor Fry. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks, Chair Bly. I will also be supporting the report. And I just wanted to say I've always felt a bit mixed about a tiny homes approach, because I want our focus to be on more dignified long-term solutions. I don't think tiny homes are a long-term solution, and they are absolutely better than tents in a park. People need a place to go, and as we've heard, there are important benefits to having a solid roof and a door that you can lock. The real solution, of course, is permanent homes with washrooms and cooking facilities in neighborhoods, in communities. doing this is better than not doing this, and it will make a difference for those who get to move in. I hear the conversation and challenge around us intentionally downloading these costs, and I think it's important to note that we are paying these costs one way or another right now, whether it's in housing or it's in other forms of support and public safety costs. So I do think this is a worthwhile pilot. And of course, it's as important as it's always been to continue to push for and support these long-term solutions like permanent homes within community across our city, so that people have somewhere stable and dignified to live. And alongside that, for us to be continuing to advocate loudly to senior levels of government to be stepping up in their role to help us meet the gap that has grown over decades of underfunding of adequate housing. So yes, I think that this is an appropriate step for us to take, but I don't think it's the full solution, and I hope that we continue to keep our eye on the real needs that we hear from communities, that we hear from people who are homeless and advocates, which is about permanent self-contained units and the supports that are included. I'll leave it there. I could go on a lot longer. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, I'm going to go for this too, even though I don't like shelters, I don't like tiny homes. I think everybody should have a good, proper home. But given what we've got, given what our options are, it's so important. Here we have a chance for 10 to 20 more folks to have a cozy place and a lock on their door. And without it, 10 or 20 folks won't have that. So I think we should go for it. I am concerned about the costs. What is it? 34 to 75,000 per person per year. It shows what governments already know, which is that maintaining homelessness is more expensive than having housing. And what we really need is proper housing for all precious human beings. And so I'm hoping we can work towards that. But in order to get the proper housing, we have to, A, get money for it, then get rezoning for it, then get them buildings built, and that all takes years and years. So if we can get 10 to 20 places, housing for 10 to 20 people right now, I think it's our responsibility to go for it. So yeah, that's it for me.
Thank you, Councillor Swanson. Councillor Dominato.
Thank you, Chair. And first off, I'll just say thank you to staff for the diligence and work and research into this proposal that was brought forward by Councillor Fry. Deeply appreciative of that work that's been done. And also thank you to Councillor Fry for initially bringing this motion forward to Council. I want to reflect a few things based on the conversation I've heard today and also anchored in my own perspective is I think it is not lost on anyone in this city that we are struggling with homelessness and that we have thousands of people. Some are quasi-sheltered, many are unsheltered, and that we have a responsibility as a society to address that. Now, certainly that takes all parties, all levels of government, and we definitely have certain lanes to run in and different roles. But what I appreciated about this initial motion when it was brought forward to Council and the staff report is that it is a creative option for looking at temporary housing. It's dignified and it's been deployed in other jurisdictions. What I think proposed is a 2-year pilot, I think is reasonable. I appreciate that there's actually an evaluation component that has been built into this from the get-go. This is often a step that's missed in public policy work is the evaluation. We put things in place, but we forget to put in place a way to measure success and to know how it's working. I actually think there's an ability to scale this potentially and also move from a tiny shelter model to more of a tiny home model as well. But I also want to reflect on why this is important. Councillor Fry pointed to the ability to shut a door, to lock a door behind yourself. I was at an event a number of years ago now at the Woodwards building for a housing announcement, and I remember meeting a gentleman in the elevator there who was living there and said this was the first time he had been living on the street. He had become a resident of the Woodwards building, and it was the first time that he felt safe and in his life, and he was able to shut the door behind him and lock it and felt a sense of safety and security. And it was touched on earlier, the fact that these homes or shelters will be able to sleep two people. One of the things we know is that many couples are wrestling to find shelter spaces together and often won't take shelter spaces because they can't stay together or they feel unsafe. We have a couple that's been living in Crab Park for months for those very reasons. There was also a couple in the Fraser Valley that were expecting a child and were able to get into some temporary shelter and then housing. And this will put them on a better pathway in terms of life, including that for their child. And again, it's anchored in some of the real basics, Maslow's hierarchy of needs. What's important? Having our physiological needs met and then feeling safe. And after that is that sense of love and belonging. And so being able to potentially have a temporary shelter space for couples, or even in the case of an individual with a child, is a real benefit and offers the possibility of a better pathway forward, a better ability to get to stable housing, as Councillor Boyle was suggesting in her comments. And so I'm supportive of this proposal. I do want to see the provincial and federal governments support it on a long-term basis. So I look forward to the evaluation of it. I look forward to our staff applying for funds to support the operating. But I certainly think we should be trying this out, and I am supportive of it. And I thank again staff and Councillor Fry for bringing it forward.
Thank you, Councillor Dominato. Councillor Carr. Councillor Carr, just check that you're not double muted there.
Thank you. I will be supporting this. It is a pilot, and pilots, the intent of pilots is to test out a solution. And I am really open to testing out solutions around homelessness. It's a huge, as everyone knows, and increasing issue and emergency within our city. Staff are going to assess it. They're going to report back. We will learn from it. They are going to seek senior government money, so I'm happy to see that embedded into their recommendations. More importantly to me is that this is going to provide better shelter for some people who are homeless now. Not a lot, but for some. It's $75,000 to $150,000 per. That's less than some of the other solutions that we are pursuing around homelessness. It is our money. Thank goodness we have the empty homes tax. I'm super appreciative that that we pursued that as a city. And some people have said, well, it should be all senior governments. Well, I agree. This senior governments should up the ante, and they have this term compared to any other term I've been on council. It's not as much as other places do. Some people say, look at Vienna, look at Berlin. There's so much housing. That money is not supplied by Berlin or Vienna. It is supplied by their senior government. And so I urge the senior government to put more money into housing the homeless and providing decent places for people to live. For 10 to 20 people, this, including couples, has been noted by Councillor Dominato, this is a better situation. There is increased dignity, there's increased privacy, there's increased safety. I think we've all heard the stories of women in particular who are vulnerable, men who just feel unsafe in the shelters that do exist. It's a place that locks. It's a place they can keep their stuff. Another thing we've heard so much about. People don't want to go into a shelter. That's why they're outside, because they have stuff they want to keep and protect. So I think this is thank you, staff. I think this is a good start on what I hope to be a program that does expand into actual tiny homes, not just shelters, and in fact, places like Dignity Village, which I too have visited and was very impressed by in Portland.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Hardwick.
Thank you. The original thinking behind tiny homes was in some ways similar to what we talk about when we look at aging in place. We know that seniors downsize and want to stay in their communities. So there was a lot of talk about how are people that are being displaced socioeconomically be able to stay in their own neighborhoods, in their own communities. And so the notion of tiny homes and growing in church parking lots and having the support of, for example, faith-based communities where they could access the washrooms and kitchens and from adjacent churches, for example, was all part of the thinking that went behind the notion of tiny homes in the first place, very much as a community initiative. In this example, we're looking at putting it into an industrial area, as brought up by the one speaker that we had today. And instead of seeing this as community support, we're seeing $1.5 million allocated to 10 by 10 units. This concerns me not because I don't think that homeless need to have temporary homes, and I've been advocating for this, but when I look at the numbers that are being attributed to it, it seems like a pretty, you've got $75,000 per year allocated to each of those people between capital and operating. And so I wrestle with the details, with the money, and also looking at the purpose, which again I thought was supposed to be finding room for people in the neighborhoods and the communities from which they have been displaced. So I'm really wrestling with this because on the one hand, I support the notion of tiny homes, but on the other hand, when I look at this report, it's an allocation of $1.5 million that's going to give 460, so round it up and call it $500,000 from the capital plan to build the units, which I just still shake my head and cannot figure out why it would cost that much when the pallet homes that we looked at in Seattle, for example, are $8,000 a unit. Even if they were $10,000 a unit, this is 5 times more for the built space. And that seems like a good business to me. And then when we look at, we're giving another grant of over $1 million to a housing society. That's over $500,000 a year. And when I break that down and I look at that as head count, people being hired to do this work, it seems like a lot of money to me. So again, what do you do when you support a concept and you'd like to see it applied, but then when the application of what's being recommended is not aligned with that? So I hope people are thinking about that, because if this is a very expensive pilot, and it will set a precedent of the approach that the city is going to take to tiny homes going forward. And we've heard about the excessive downloading from the senior levels of government, and here we are again. And yes, we need to do something about it, but I'd like to see some more triaging done, because Vancouver is becoming a destination from across the country, and we're saying, that the people that live here within our boundaries, the people that pay taxes and user fees and all that, should absorb this cost. And it's, I just shake my head of when it's going to stop. Do we want to help homeless people to get shelter? Yes, of course we do. Do we want to make sure that they have opportunities to get their driver's license or to be able to get to find jobs and become active members of society? Absolutely. We want to pull out all the stops to be supporting people. But I think we still have to be discriminating in the way that we spend the money. And again, this seems like a very expensive way to test out something, and again, precedent setting for the future. So thinking about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hardwick. And last on the queue here is Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Yeah, thanks. I'll be brief. You have to start somewhere. And when you start somewhere, it's not perfect, but what we have now is quite the opposite of that. And if you keep doing what you have always done, you will get the same results, which is what we're doing, and it is not getting better. So I am supportive of looking creatively to try a change. I think that we also have to be pragmatic, that pilots sometimes have limitations. I had a neighbor, my next door neighbor actually, who reached out to me the second that council was discussing a year or 2 years ago now, because this hasn't happened overnight. And the second that council was discussing the idea of a tiny home shelter, she's affiliated with the church on the west side, and was immediately interested in learning more about it. And I connected her with staff to see if the church could offer up their site for this. Having said that, in terms of a pilot, what we have heard, and in terms of trying to minimize the cost and get something done in a quick period of time, is that you wouldn't have, unless you're building different types of shelters that are contained and have a washroom, for example, or other facilities, you wouldn't necessarily have access to the washrooms 24/7, or to food services or otherwise. So I think that this is trying to take a bit of a realistic approach to demonstrating the form, and to demonstrating how it could actually work. Would I like to have seen more flexibility in terms of the different types of modules, was I think was suggested in the original motion? Yes. And scaling it up? Yes. But I'm also recognizing that if council approves this report today, by fall, 6 months away.
Oh, we just lost your mic.
Oh, it's back. I'm also recognizing that by fall, 6 months away, we would have this pilot up and running, and conceivably it could be the same if it was 5 times as big or 10 times as big in that period of time. And longer term housing takes a long time to secure the land and the senior government funding and to get it up and running. And so we've got to have some diversified tools in our toolbox that are not just the permanent solution to move people along. And I know that's tricky for people because everybody wants people to be in permanent housing. But this is potentially a transitional opportunity. And it's, as I said, it's a whole lot quicker once we actually get going, if we can just support this, than it is to get those permanent units built. And one does not negate the other. I think that they support each other. So I'm going to support it for that reason. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kirby-Young. Councillor DiGenova. I'm just going to check on the timing.
That was on the referral, I believe, amendment.
No, the referral was on an amendment queue.
Yes, and I think my time has been held over. I haven't spoken once on the main motion yet.
Yeah, I'm just checking with clerks on that. Okay, we're going to go ahead. It does show that you've spoken for 5 minutes, but we'll allow you to continue, Councillor DiGenova, as we did with Councillor Fry. Go ahead.
If you could reset my time so I can see where I'm at, because we can roll the tape back, but I've only spoken to referral.
Councillor DiGenova, just go ahead.
Okay, I want to, okay, can you start my time so I can at least
Councillor
see?
DiGenova, there is a slight delay between the system that manages timers and your speaking, so just go ahead and speak, and that's what's happening behind the scenes, okay?
Thank you. Just trying to be fair, Chair. I want to appreciate the work that staff have put into this. We certainly download a lot on our staff, especially our staff in arts, culture, and community service. And I don't want you to feel that I'm unappreciative of all of the work that you do, because you do a lot of work. And some of it I feel that, there should be more help for you to be able to do, especially at other levels of government. And hopefully we can find a way to work together and collaborate with other levels of government. I also want to appreciate, because it was Councillor Fry who brought forward this motion, and I did support it. Staff going out and exploring this along with BC Housing. I do appreciate the work that you put into this, Councillor Fry, as you and I had conversations at the time. I was very interested and just because of my own work in non-market housing, had already looked into some tiny homes models. And although I hadn't visited, as you had mentioned, Dignity Village, I have had the opportunity to visit other tiny homes. I think that we all agree. I can't think of a single council member or one of my colleagues here who doesn't agree that we all um, should strive towards everyone in the city having dignified housing. When I look at that right now, I see that being modular housing. Modular housing is carefully researched, it's thoughtfully developed. There's a partnership where we provide land and the province provides the modular housing. Um, and it's a proven funded model of housing. I've also heard from people that are very excited to move outside of Vancouver, that moved to Vancouver either because they were homeless and to live in street homelessness in the city of Vancouver because there were more resources here, or they did that because of the fact that they were hoping that they would find housing. And I completely understand. I'm not saying that they shouldn't do that, but when modular housing came on board, there was housing for them in their communities. There was housing for them in the places that they wanted to be outside of Vancouver. So I think that, you know, having a type of housing that's not just exclusive to one city, that we can level set throughout our province is really important. And I just think that it's been far too long that Vancouver goes at it alone, especially on funding. You know, we're downloading these costs, in my opinion, onto ourselves. And, you know, had we had the pallet model in front of us today for $8,000 a home, my decision might have been slightly different. I think maybe I could have justified it, but the fact that we have public hearings where, you know, myself and some of my colleagues around the council table have said, you know, less than $6,200 for more square footage, you know, is unreasonable for a home. I'm concerned at what we're doing by running out the door here and setting the level at $6,200 a month. Um, I'm concerned about where that will take us. You know, unless we're trading responsibilities with BC Housing, where they're going to pay for our sewer separation and we're now paying for housing, I'm not sure how this is going to work in the long term. I think that there are opportunities, and I don't know that BC Housing has had a formal request. Certainly, I know we haven't made one of council for them to do this, for them to take on the tiny homes pilot. I would have supported that had that come forward, but it hasn't. Um, I think that we can find solutions for people who are homeless in our city. And, you know, to Councillor Weep's point, I think it's extremely important that we have options for families who hide. They live in homelessness in our city. And I've spoken to families that are afraid. They're afraid that their children will be taken away from them. I've reached out to our ACCS staff when they've reached out to me, and they're frightened that their children will be taken away from them if they even admit they're homeless. So we have to consider who is homeless in our city, what options we're providing for them, but also that they're dignified options. And I'm not sure that, you know, and to another colleague's point about having, you know, a bathroom and a kitchen, not here, but on site. We've heard from people who live in SROs who don't feel safe walking down the hall to their bathroom. I'm not sure that people are going to feel okay walking outside in the middle of the night, especially women, to a bathroom. That being said, you know, it will be 10, maybe 20 people living here. I wonder if we could stretch that at looking at another pilot. But
That is
once
your
we
time,
have these
Councillor
homes,
DiGenova. That is your time at 5
okay,
minutes. So we're going to move on to Councillor Weed,
thank
please.
you very much.
Yeah, I'm excited that Councilor General wants to spread this to more units because I do think this is exciting. We want to see this grow. I really appreciate the work in the staff report, really talking about what it would be like to change and that the staff are currently working on ADUs and tiny homes and other opportunities. And this is just another one of the housing continuum projects that we need to do as we change our models to address the people in our city. I love that it's going to be culturally aware and trauma informed, that there's going to be supports for people on site. And that when you look at all the services provided, that this is a way to make sure that people are supported in their transition on housing. So I just want to thank staff for all their hard work. It was a really nice report to read. There's so much information in there about what we can do here, but also about the future work that will be coming to us to address some of the other concerns we have. So I will be very supportive, and thanks staff for bringing this forward.
Thank you, Councillor Wiebe. So that brings us to the end of the debate. So we'll move to a decision. Councillor DiGenova, I'm not sure if you're... Thank you very much. So that motion has passed with Councillor DiGenova and Councillor Hardwick in opposition. Thank you very much, Council, and thank you very much to our staff team for answering questions and bringing this report forward today. So this does conclude item 3 on the agenda. We'll be moving to our referred items from council meeting yesterday. We do have speakers present, and we have about 25 minutes before lunch. So we're going to move to here to the 3 items. And I just want to offer another reminder that if amendments are brought forward, they need to be submitted to the clerk in written form. And the first referred motion is item 4, previously motion B2, local elected representation on the TransLink board, which was moved and introduced by Councillor Fry and seconded by Councillor Swanson. We'll now hear speakers on this motion. Our first speaker on the public body representatives list is John Irwin, Commissioner, Vancouver Park Board. Just checking to see if John is on the line. John, are you there? John, if you're speaking, we cannot hear you just yet. Okay, we're just checking to see if there is, if we've got connectivity to the line or if John, our first speaker, is not connected at this time. Maybe I could move to speaker 2 and we'll see if John gets back on the line. So Mark White, are you on the line? Not hearing Mark, I think we might have an issue with the line. So, okay, well, I wonder if what we could do while we're connecting back to the line is actually we have 2 speakers in person. And if we can hear from them, of course, we have a 2-hour break after between lunch and in camera. So if I may call on speaker 3, Connie Hubbs, who is a member of the Transportation Advisory Committee, who is here in person, to please come into the chamber, and this is your opportunity to speak to council. So we're just giving our speaker a minute to come to the microphone. Hi, good morning. Connie, you are up to speak to council, so you can please move to the microphone. And our staff team are just going to help guide you where that is. And you do have 5 minutes to speak to council. Welcome. You can get settled there and start whenever you're ready.
Good morning. And thank you for the opportunity to address Council today. It's my honor to present on behalf of the Transportation Advisory Committee. I'm speaking in favor. TRAC approved this motion at our November 2021 meeting. And I think each TRAC member likely had their own reasons for their vote, but I'm here today to share my own motivation. Here's a quote. TransLink is a highly undemocratic body. That's a quote from Transportation Planner Eric Doherty. One sign of the lack of democracy with TransLink is how poorly it's understood. I've discovered that very few people in our community understand what TransLink is or how it works. This includes academics, former city planners, and our own residents. Many believe that it is a private corporation and not a provincial utility. It is perceived as opaque and unapproachable. Few meetings are public and speakers are restricted. The Mayor's Council, in fact, called on the BC government to reinstate democracy in TransLink, as stated in this motion. The current appointed board has many professional and capable individuals, but their focus and past experience may be out of balance with today's needs. The majority are former corporate executives. Where are the transit users? Not surprisingly, TransLink does a good job of fiscal responsibility. They may do less well in making transit more attractive to users. Some of the actions of TransLink that rise to mind for me are raising fares during a pandemic, implementing screening procedures for HandyDART, and we got a partial win on that one, and cutting over 100 bus stops, which doubled or tripled this distance that we must walk to a bus stop. All these things discourage transit use. That's the very opposite of what we should be done. How is making transit less affordable and less accessible consistent with the Vancouver climate goal of cutting our carbon in half by 2030? Simply, it is not. In a democracy, we need to persuade as well as mandate. Two initiatives, one by Council and one by Park Board, illustrate this, I think. The Vancouver Park Board added a bike lane to Stanley Park in 2020. There was significant opposition to it, up to and including a court challenge. Over 100 speakers lined up to oppose the bike lane as they feared limiting car access would deprive them of this treasured green space. Could we offer them a transit alternative? No. While the number 19 bus takes us to the entrance of the park, not since 1998 has the Round the Park Stanley Park bus made its circuit, stopping at all the major attractions. At a public TransLink board meeting, Commissioner John Irwin requested the return of the Stanley Park bus, this time using a hybrid or electric battery. This was quickly rejected by the Vice President of Planning and Policy for TransLink as an idea that is unfeasible for the foreseeable future. I believe if you take away car access, you need to provide an alternative. Vancouver is a very bike-friendly and walkable city, but not everyone can or will cycle to the park or is able to walk to attractions. Failure to provide better and more accessible transit is essential to change our dependence on cars. In this case, the commissioners held firm and the bike lane remains. In response to the climate emergency parking motion, there was significant opposition that may have led to its failure. What if we had offered a viable alternative to car use here in Vancouver? It's all stick and no carrot. We need the carrot. Sadly, our current TransLink board does not seem to understand that. It's challenging to change, but change we must. TransLink's Climate Action Plan states that TransLink is committed to net zero GHG emissions by 2050. and this is within its own operations. Can our climate wait that long? A more accountable TransLink could be persuaded to act with more urgency, in my own opinion. A democratic TransLink could both plan for our region and tailor responses to local situations and challenges. Vancouver's population density provides us with the opportunity to do far more with active transportation and transit. We need the local autonomy to make local decisions. Please support today's motion and call on our provincial government to bring back democracy to TransLink. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Connie. You do have a question from Councillor Boyle. Councillor Boyle, please go ahead.
Thanks so much, Connie, for coming in to speak to this. And I appreciated you laying out some of the challenges, local and route-specific challenges. Just trying to wrap my head around how a few specific questions, how more elected folks on the board would improve the way that TransLink is addressing those challenges.
Yes, I think having elected representatives means that there's a direct accountability to the voters. And as an elected official yourself, Councillor Boyle, I'm sure you understand that. Every decision you make has to be in line with your principles, but you also have to take into account public opinion. And I think that at this point, you have a board that is, filled with a lot of a certain kind of professional competency. And I think that may have been some of the rationalization initially. But what it's not filled with is accountability to citizens and transit users.
Yeah, okay, I appreciate that. Is your sense that more elected people across the region take the bus or are regular transit users? Then I guess I see local governments also failing on accessibility and failing on meeting our climate targets. So I'm just grappling with the proposed solution, whether the proposed solution is going to help us address those challenges.
Yes, Councillor Boyle, I see your point entirely, and there's certainly no governance model that's perfect. One of the things that does give me hope, and it includes the motion that you yourself moved in council in 2019, I believe, that we declare a climate emergency. There is more awareness, more acceptance now than ever of the urgency of addressing climate change. And I don't know if I adequately made the point, but I do not think that TransLink is engaged with that. And in particular, our particular city, and this is Vancouver City Council, so our domain is primarily the city of Vancouver itself, whereas the domain of TransLink, of course, is the region, Metro Vancouver. But we have higher transit use than in other places because the city grew up in a different way that depended on transit. And we have a dense population that supports transit use. So some people say, well, why wouldn't you actually spend more time trying to encourage suburban transit? And of course, we need to be doing that, but it's more difficult. It's much easier to do in Vancouver. But when you do things like cancel bus stops, when you do things like change services and so on, it doesn't encourage people to use transit. And we've got a big task ahead of ourselves coming out of this pandemic, I hope, because transit use has gone down dramatically, and we need to win people back. And it's that focus that we need to have, and it's a focus that is based on reflecting the will of people. And I think the will of people at this point is to come up with accessible, fair, and equitable solutions.
Okay, we're going to have to leave it there.
That
That is
solve
the end
climate
of
change.
Councillor Boyle's question.
Thank you.
You do have more questions, though, Connie?
Chair Bly, can I just ask a point of procedure, which is just when it might be appropriate to move a motion to hear from the second speaker who's in person before we break from lunch, so we're not having that person wait around another couple hours.
That is your right to move that motion. I will just note that we do have 5 other speakers who have also been waiting on the line, including 2 that are public body representatives. So is it your motion to hear the speaker who is in person right after the speaker is complete, or after the VIP?
That is what I'm proposing, just noting, of course, that they are already there at City Hall.
Great. Okay. Well, we do have a motion on the floor to hear from speaker 3 on the public list, Red Bass, who is in person. And so that is the motion. So we'll just do a verbal vote. All those in favor say yay.
Yay.
Any opposed? Okay, great. So I'm going to just then give some clarity to those folks who have been waiting on the line that we will hear from the one in-person speaker, and we will come back to the balance of the speakers after in camera at 2 o'clock. Thank you for your patience on the line, and we'll hear from you after 2 o'clock. Okay, thank you, Councillor Boyle. And with that, we'll move to Councillor Dominato for questions of speaker.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks for coming in today. And in a similar vein to Councillor Boyle's question, I appreciate your comments around increasing accountability, but I'm curious if there was discussion by the committee about how that accountability might work with greater local representation in the context of, to your point, issues affecting individual municipalities. And so we actually probably have some of the best public transit service in the entire Lower Mainland right here in Vancouver. But how do you see a new governance structure working to ensure that there is a balance to the decision making? Is it Vancouver's priorities over Burnaby's priorities? What about Mission? What about Pitt Meadows? What about White Rock? Some of those areas are very underserved. And so how do you see a new governance structure dealing with the diversity of needs?
Well, thank you, Councillor Dominato, and there's no question that it would be challenging. One of the things that I'm encouraging Council to look at is solutions that are more local, because it isn't one size fits all. If you look at the situation, even in Burnaby, our neighbor just to the east, the community is laid out in a very different way. They're developing 4 major hubs with huge high rises and so on. Their transit needs and the way that they have to respond to them are not going to be the same as the layout that we have in Vancouver. So I think if they allow there to be more local implementation of solutions that are locally appropriate, you're going to get more take up, and it's going to be more meaningful and more accessible, and citizens will be happy transit users. I know it's easier said than done, but I think we need to go there.
No, I appreciate it. I absolutely hear you in terms of the diversity of our municipalities and the different needs, and it'd be interesting to see what other models might exist or could be explored to ensure that local input. But I'll leave it there. I appreciate the comments today. It's very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair, point of procedure?
Yes, Councillor Carr?
Yeah, Chair, could you just let me know if Councillor Boyle had moved to extend past 12 to hear the second in-person speaker? If
No.
not, I'll move that.
No.
Yeah, I would like.
I don't think it was clear. I think we focused on moving the speakers list around. So if you'd like to move that motion to go beyond 12, that would be appreciated.
To hear the second in-person speaker. Yes, I move that.
Okay, and questions to the speaker as well, I assume.
Yes, thank you. To hear and ask questions of the speaker. Thank you.
Okay, great. So we have a motion on the floor. All those in favor say yay.
Yay. Any
opposed? Thank you for that further clarification, Councillor Carr. I do believe it was Councillor Boyle's intention, but that's very helpful. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And thanks for being here to speak to Council. I have one follow-up question, and that was when the committee was discussing this motion and the composition of the TransLink board, did your discussion and the breadth of your discussion also include the Mayor's Council on Regional Transportation that's comprised of 22 individuals and elected representatives that provides input into the transit strategy?
Well, I can tell you that the committee didn't discuss that because given the amount of time for the motion, getting into the weeds of the actual TransLink and Mayor's Council governance was probably beyond us. I think they were voting primarily, and I don't want to speak, as I say, for every individual. I'm a newish member of this committee. I only just joined in the last year. But I think they were mainly thinking, you know, it's a public utility, it's publicly funded, it needs public representation. So it was a vote for democracy.
Okay, but would you say it would be important to consider sort of the whole construct and ecosystem around TransLink governance? Because you have For example, you have Metro that does land use, you have a mayor's council that has 22 elected representatives already, and then you have TransLink that is comprised of roughly sort of half professional voices and then half, a couple of mayors, half professional voices, and then half of those representatives are identified and put forward by the mayors of the region. So do you think it's important that all those pieces are considered together?
Well, luckily, Vancouver Council doesn't have to do that job. All you have to do is ask the provincial government to do it. And they're well aware of the structure because although this sitting government, the John Horgan government, did not create this structure, that was done by previous government, but they were on record as opposing it, and they are also on record of promising to dismantle it. And the Mayor's Council itself, as stated in the motion, specifically called on the present government to reverse that and revert to a more democratic process. So yes, it's a little bit complicated, and I think that may be why the Horgan government hasn't got around to doing it, because it's easier to criticize what other people do, and it's a little harder to implement a new structure. So, but that'll be their challenge. I think they're up for it, though. I think they can do it.
Do you think they intend to fulfill that promise, or do you think it's just that it was a promise and now they're finding that it's more tricky when you're actually...
That's why we're here today. That's why I'm here today anyway. It's because I think in a lot of ways, to be perfectly honest, I think sometimes it's easier just to let things be, because as you've pointed out, it's going to be some work to do that. It's not the simplest change imaginable. And so I think if they hear from Vancouver City Council and they hear from other city councils, and I'm already getting feedback from other municipalities that this is really important to them, I think that'll be what pushes them to make the change. Without this, I don't think they will, quite honestly.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate the comments.
Thank you, Councillor Kirby-Yung, and thank you very much, Connie, for being here today. Those are all your questions, but we appreciate you coming in.
Thank you so much.
So based on our motion earlier, we will move to speaker number 3 from the public speaker list, and that is to hear from Fred Bass. We'll just give Fred a moment to come into the chamber. Good morning, Fred. Yes, that's exactly where you need to be. Welcome. You have 5 minutes to speak to council, and then there may be questions from councillors after you finished your comments. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. You have a tough job, and it's fun watching you. And thank you for your courtesy of having me speak now. I do have a speech that I can't say in less than 7 minutes. So if I have to keep to 5, then if you ask me a question about the report that I refer to, I can add the other 2. So I'll have it either way. So here, let's get going. Thank you for this opportunity. I support the motion, and I make a cautionary suggestion. In this time of great uncertainty and great change, it's important that planning and operation of transportation, TransLink's function, needs to be well linked to local governance and to the planning of land use, which is municipal government. So I recommend that well-prepared elected officials gradually become members of the TransLink board, as was the case a while ago. On February 10th, a year ago, the Federation of Canadian Municipalities celebrated their many years of advocacy. The Prime Minister finally established a permanent transit fund. FCM's statement began, and I quote, "It's no coincidence that the world's most dynamic cities feature some of the best transit systems available. Modern and efficient public transit increases productivity, cuts commute times, and reduces pollution, all while attracting top employers and skilled workers. Transit services are also disproportionately relied upon by women, radicalized and Indigenous people, students, seniors, and persons with disabilities. Quality transit creates equitable, vibrant cities and enables us to meet our climate goals. Note that FCM's statement is calling attention in its second sentence to what researchers call transportation poverty, people not having access, not having the resources to reach what is necessary in life. TransLink's mission and values statements show commitments to stakeholders, the public, employers, subsidiaries, and partners. However, unlike FCM's statement, there's no recognition of inequality, nor how quality transit can help to overcome it. TransLink's website describes the 11-member board, 5 members with strong skills in management, 2 strong skills in finance, 2 mayors, 1 community activist, and 1 with transit union experience. These folks do not require transit to get to work nor to reach their essential services. The 2 board members most closely connected to those who regularly use transit are the 2 mayors who, to keep their jobs, need the votes of transit-using citizens. The public election of 6 of the 11-member board would better represent transit users, though the meetings might be a bit more raucous. Cautionary suggestion. Since it takes knowledge, skill, and experience to be an effective board member, I suggest to Councillors Fry and Swanson that to qualify for board appointment, nominees be required to have experience in council office, in elected office, and training in management, and training in transit management. To maintain continuity, bringing elected members onto the board should be part of the existing board's succession process. Returning to what Prime Minister Trudeau did last February 10th, the good news is that the permanent annual transit funding of $3 billion for transit begins in 2026. The bad news is that not much is allocated in the interim.
Fred, that is your 5 minutes. It goes very quickly.
Right.
But as you mentioned, and you do have questions from councillors, so we could start with Councillor Hardwick.
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Fred?
Hi.
It's been a while.
Hi, nice seeing you.
You mentioned that there was a report that you were referring to. Would you like to help us understand
How remarkable that you asked me. Thank you. Yes. In preparing this statement, I learned that Canada commits more of our incoming GDP, this is actually 2 reports, more of our GDP to fossil fuel development than does any other G20 nation. More of our GDP than any other nation. It provides $14 billion per year in public finance for oil and gas, both domestically and internationally. Surely we can harvest more than $2 billion per year. So I'm closing with a second report, and that is a 2020 study comparing 10 effective consolidated transit systems around the world, including Vancouver's, provides some expert commentary regarding Vancouver's transit system. In the final chapter, it concludes in rather academic language. It says, Vancouver, consolidation with a focus on the bottom line. Vancouver's ridership performance compared to other North American regions, their high fare recovery rate, and their low subsidy per capita indicate there is some political tension among voters and decision makers between those who are focused on keeping fare recovery rates high and subsidy taxes low, and those who wish to spend more on transit with the aim of boosting transit ridership and mode share. Therefore, it is intriguing to hypothesize what Vancouver's ridership would be like with their current consolidated regional transit system and a Stockholm-level transit subsidy. So I'd like to translate that. More simply, Stockholm and other European cities' transit systems show that compassionate transit decision-making and informed regional politicians can achieve a higher level of ridership in their communities and not necessarily at high cost. Having a TransLink board with strong representation of those elected by the people of this metropolitan area would help move TransLink's current focus from bottom line recovery of fare to maximizing ridership, which is needed as fossil fuel use disappears. So I recommend that well-prepared elected officials gradually become a majority of the TransLink board. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And that is Councillor Hardwick's time. Councillor Boyle, 5 minutes, or sorry, you have 3 minutes, question of speaker.
Thanks so much. And thank you, Fred, for your decades of climate leadership. I really appreciate getting to hear from you now. I just want to clarify first, are you suggesting that mayors or local councillors should compose the majority of the TransLink board, or that we as a region independently elect specific people to that board in our local elections?
I'm sorry, I don't understand what you just asked me.
Are you suggesting a new elected position where we elect people directly to the TransLink board, or
no,
councillors?
No, I'm suggesting that slowly over time, councillors who have experience, councillors or even mayors who have experience get training and be ready to serve 3 years when they're hopefully reelected. So I would see the board include elected municipal officials from urban, suburban, and rural areas of the Lower Mainland of the area. So I'm not suggesting a separate election. I'm suggesting a slow phasing in of what really existed 20 years ago. In fact, for a year, I was a member of the TransLink board.
Can I also ask, how would those members get chosen? You know as well as the rest of us that there are lots of locally elected councillors who aren't regular transit users. So how would those folks get chosen to be trained and be on that board?
I can't give you a well thought out answer, but it would seem to me that I think it would be feasible to do it within the current framework of a screening committee, with the stipulation that if this actually happens, then the screening committee would be obligated to put as nominees to the for succession people who were municipal councillors or mayors. So I was seeing this fitting into the present system.
Okay. Do you have any concerns that sort of local politics and political egos would delay any of the needed urgent transit work?
Unfortunately, there is not a lot of
I
time
do believe
left
in
for a
conflict.
response, Fred.
I do believe in conflict, but I also believe that no, I don't think it would hamper.
Okay, I'm out of time.
I think part of arriving at good decisions is hearing different perspectives, and
okay,
I
Fred,
think the people who would end up being appointed to the board, who would be actually if the mayors represent
I'm sorry,
two elected officials,
Councillor Boyle's out of time, so I do apologize for cutting you off there. But you do have questions from Councillor Fry, and perhaps we'll hear more of an answer there. Go ahead, Councillor Fry.
Dr. Bass, thank you. Thank you for your service to the city, and and great to have you here. And I was aware that you were previously on the TransLink board. And so I'm curious, did you get any specialized transit management training when you were on the board? And are you aware if the board does now?
Not that I know of. I don't know.
Right, so.
I mean, there was an introduction. They were very generous, somewhat like what happens when you come to city council, but not actually as much.
So did you, as a board member, did you find the learning curve to be pretty steep? I appreciate you came with a preventative.
Steep. Yes.
Yeah, okay. I mean, I appreciate you came with a medical background that probably touched on some of the importance of transit for preventative medicine type approaches and that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Okay, so I want to also touch then on sort of the elephant in the room, and that's that when you were on TransLink board, you were one of the members who voted against the Canada line, which now obviously we see as.
I was the first person, and the first time it came before city council, I was the only person to oppose it.
Now, in retrospect, because I think, whereas Canada Line is not perfect, it has certainly been a success on many levels, and I think has increased transit ridership and improved the accessibility of.
Well, I want to be really clear. First of all, I came here on the Canada Line this morning. I love it, okay? However, when you're 500 to 600 buses behind on the transit plan, 500 to 600 buses behind, you don't build a rapid transit line. Even if there's money available because there happens to be an Olympic in town. There's a fundamental problem with funding transit, and it's either feast or famine, and it needs to become more steady and organized, like we fund the police, the fire departments, and other things.
Okay, do you, I mean, but I guess where I'm going with this is the inherent risk to the potential for politicizing important decisions like that. Do you see a mechanism to?
Calling that politicized, calling my vote politicized, I believe that there are right answers. Now, politics is more complicated than always voting for the right answers, but my vote was not political.
The other vote was politicized.
Yeah, so I think, would there be more? One of the things that happens with boards of all kinds is that they tend to be yes people. And I say that from having done some reading in what makes for a good board in the last few days, empirical studies of that. And I think it was McKinsey, the consultants, in terms of advising corporate boards, they said, you don't want to be yes people, and yet 40% of boards in their survey said that they were kind of yes men.
I'm out of time, but that is a great point to end on. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. You do have questions, more questions. Councillor Swanson.
Yes, hi Fred, nice to see you. I was just,
hi, Jane.
Thinking here, what would you think of some sort of, if we could get some sort of rule that in order to be on the TransLink, in order to make decisions about transit, you had to not own a car. Do you think that would help at all?
I think that would be discriminatory. So, though I would not be for that. But no, I don't think that would work. I think it shows how far. I really think that most of the people on the board haven't yet learned that, at least in the city and in other cities, the bicycle is faster than a car. But I know I wouldn't be for that.
Okay, thanks. And thanks for coming. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Swanson. Those are all your questions, Fred. So thank you very much for coming.
Thank you. Thanks so much, sir. Thank you.
So that brings us to the work that we had to complete before our dinner or our lunch break, and it's 12:15. So we will reconvene in camera at 1:15. And have a good lunch, Council. test, test. Elise, can you hear me? Test, test, test. Elise, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Perfect. Thank you. Okay, welcome back, Council. We are reconvening after our lunch and in-camera sessions from this morning's session, and I just want to refresh where we are at. So we are working through agenda items 4, local elected representation on the Transit Board, and we have heard from 2 speakers, and we have more speakers who are currently on the line. So we're going to start with speaker 1, John Irwin, Commissioner, Park Board, who has joined via the phone. John, are you there?
Your audio is cutting out a bit sometimes, so I'm not sure.
Okay, that's good to know. Thank you. We'll let our IT team know. John, we can hear you. You're a little faint, so just
Shall I go ahead?
You can go ahead, just have you speak directly into the microphone and perhaps speak up, just so we can hear you clearly.
Okay, I'll do that, and thanks, committee Chair Bly, for having me to speak today. I'm speaking as a citizen. I'm not speaking for the park board, just to get that clear. I'm speaking in favor of the motion, and I guess for me, what it boils down to is I was in graduate school, took many courses back in the 90s at the time that TransLink was created in 1998, 99. And, so it was a big topic of discussion for us, in terms of regional governance. And I remember that a big item was, would the TransLink board be elected or be made up of elected representatives? And I think that was a big carrot for a lot of us, was that there would be a good chunk of elected representatives on the board, and then that would represent the citizens of all parts of the region, right? So we view that as something that made it a lot more acceptable. I do remember when I came to town that I was kind of impressed that BC Transit, when it ran the system, had won an award in, I think, 1995, 1996. Just a wee tiny bit about my background. I don't want to take up too much of your time. I know you've got a long meeting ahead of you, long day. I was on the Edmonton Transit System Advisory Board, and that was kind of the way to get people to talk to the transit system. Quite a different structure in the sense that the city of Edmonton, is the sole operator and owner of that system. So it's quite different from our system with a regional board governing the transit system. And I just want to really highlight that in order to move forward and get as many people as possible onto transit and also other active modes of transportation, we're going to really have to up the service as much as we can and make it as efficient as possible, and maybe have some dedicated bus lanes, like they do in the Ottawa system. And yeah, so I also have worked as an instructor in geography of transportation and a researcher in the field as well. So, and that's not to say, that I know everything about these things, but I would just urge you to support the motion, in order to try to get the board back to being local elected officials. Just wanted to say something about the expertise, because I would say that, even though, I could claim a bit of it, like I wouldn't say a lot of it or all of it, that I think it's really important that elected officials learn about really important systems, as elected officials. So I think that's another way to look at it, is kind of to turn it around and say, actually learn a lot more about the system, and then if you're trying to improve it to meet the big move around transit and active transportation, you can really get there. I wanted to point out one other aspect of this, is that for the most part I try to ride everywhere, because I'm a cyclist and a transit user, but I found in some of my work trips, that using transit as a booster, getting on the buses with the bike racks and getting on the SkyTrain has really extended my reach when I need it. So there's quite an intermodal aspect to it as well. But yeah, anyway, that's my perspective. I strongly support this. I think when it was removed, the political majority was removed in 2008. I think that was a bad thing that happened, and yes, and I'll let you go. Also support the subsequent motion dealing with Quebec, but I'm kind of going out of my lane there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. John, you do have questions from Councillor Boyle?
Hi, John, I'll be really brief. I'm just wondering, you mentioned the example of advisory councils or committees, and I wonder if that might be an approach that could actually ensure more voice for transit riders than would necessarily be the case with just more locally elected reps.
Yeah, I mean, that might not be a bad idea, but I just feel that when the decision-making authority for a service that's so vital to a lot of the public, those of us who are transit dependent, that I think both of those things could happen, actually, that an elected board could move to have, to empower a committee similar to the one that I sat on in Edmonton. So I don't think the two preclude each other. I just feel that, decisions might get made, more in our interest. One example would be we approached, the minister responsible for TransLink about trying to get all electric buses moving forward very quickly, and it seemed to get, stalled. So if we could approach, mayors and councillors on TransLink with similar ideas, it might get over the line and get us moving quicker on the climate crisis, seemingly turning into climate chaos. But thanks for your question, Councillor Boyle.
Okay, thanks for your time.
Thank you very much. Councillor Boyle, you have additional questions, John, from Councillor Swanson. Go ahead, Councillor.
Yeah, thanks for coming, John. I wonder if you could hold forth for a minute or two on why you think that an elected board would be more responsive to transit users and to climate issues than what we have now.
Yeah, I just think, I know that, it's not necessarily, 100% perfect solution, but I do really admire all the work that all you folks do and that we try to do on the park board. And I just think we're much more sensitive to, what people want, or we can engage with the public more than a remote board of, mostly hired executives could, right? And so I think that, well, I know it's maybe not going to be perfect. I think it would be better. And yeah, well, I have a second. I just wanted to give a shout out to former Councillor, Fred Bass, who I've really long admired, and it was great to hear him out speaking on the issue.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you very much. John, those are all your questions. We appreciate you coming to or calling in to speak to council.
Everybody.
All right, take care.
Bye-bye.
Next, we have Speaker 2, Mark White. Mark White is the co-chair for Seniors Advisory Committee.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Mark. Thank you.
Hello.
Please go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mayor and councillors, for the opportunity to speak. As a resident in Vancouver, I'm grateful to live and volunteer on the traditional, ancestral, and unceded territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh Nations. I'm speaking on behalf of the Seniors Advisory Committee. City of Vancouver is striving to create complete communities as part of its climate action plan, where businesses and people can live, learn, work, play, and age in community. Success is contingent on having a local transit system that's cognizant of the needs of people of all ages, including older adults and elders, and people with disabilities and families with small children. Bus stops need to be accessible and placed at key destinations of daily living, including pharmacies, food banks, grocery stores, medical services, schools, parks, community centers, libraries, neighborhood houses, and faith organizations. They need to have supportive amenities such as shelters and benches, placed at distances that are carefully planned so those with mobility impairment can continue to access transit in order to maintain independent outdoor mobility and age well in community. This has not been the case with TransLink's current overemphasis on satisfying the needs of regional customers and rapidly reducing the number of local bus stops, mostly ignoring the needs of seniors and people with disabilities and the real benefits of having a robust local transportation system. As mentioned by SAC, older adults represent the fastest growing demographic in Vancouver, and we'll soon have data to show that with the new census. Public transit is critical to older adults as the health and physical function declines. Maintaining out-of-home activities can have a protective effect on one's health and lower the risk of transfers to long-term care. Older adults who use public transport have reported an increase in walking 3 or more times per week, and older adults who walk and use public transit have higher cognitive independence. International research has found that municipalities that have offered older adults free bus passes on off-peak hours have substantial increase in transit use. And as well, ICBC driving records show that licensed drivers across BC drop substantially after age 65 and even more after 75. In Metro Vancouver, that this equates to over 400,000 residents over the age of 75, approximately, who currently need an active transportation and transit strategy dedicated to their needs. SAC strongly supports this motion as there's a need for a change in governance structure, and we believe the city's climate plan and renewed commitment to become an age-friendly city requires that the City of Vancouver and other municipalities to have greater representation on TransLink's board. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mark. You do have questions from Councillor Swanson. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks for coming in, Mark. I just wondered if you could answer that same question I asked before. Why would you think that the structure that's proposed by the motion would be more responsive to the needs, in your case, of seniors and the climate than the current structure?
Well, I think elected officials have some accountability to populations that elect them, and appointees have accountability only to their political masters. Now, there are various models of greater representativeness on transit boards, as the last speaker spoke of from the Parks Board, as well as there's separation of functions. But the purpose of the motion is really to improve democratic representation, which actually was the election promise by the NDP, which criticized the current structure. Simply a review of the governance structure is needed, and greater consideration needed to get to better ensure that decisions are made that benefit the public, including older adults and elders. The motion itself doesn't quite define the structure, just that there's a need to improve representation of municipalities that it serves. I think the alternative question is the current situation with not having representation on TransLink board problematic, given that currently over 50% of the ridership of TransLink is moving people around and in and out of the city?
Okay, thanks so much, Mark.
And that's all your questions, Mark. Thank you for calling in today.
Thank you so much.
Next, we have in person, speaker number 1 from the public speaker list, Nathan Davidovich.
Thank you.
Go anytime, Nathan. Go ahead.
You have a whole bunch of IT problems, and they don't seem to go away. It was all this morning. I was just downstairs at the big TV room on the ground floor. You could hardly hear John Irwin at all. So there is all kinds of problems. That's why I came down here, because I couldn't hear much on my thing, you know, and this is not the first time.
Okay, Nathan.
How many IT problems you've had for the last 2 years?
So I absolutely take your point.
How many IT problems has the BC legislator had? How many?
Nathan,
almost nothing.
In order for us to hear from you today on the motion, I want you to start because your time.
Yeah, thank you. Going. Yeah, I'm just really frustrated about the IT, and you know, okay, there have been 6 different organizations in the past 60 years in Greater Vancouver for transit governance. Toronto had 1 since 1921. Edmonton had 1 since 1908. And that's part of the problem. All the councillors in those major cities, they have better understanding of transit as it is a department at City Hall. It takes lots of time to understand a transit system, and Vancouver councillors were on that path from 1999 to 2007 when 3 councillors served on the board of directors of TransLink. Now the architect of changing TransLink in 2007 is the new leader of the opposition party. So it's a good time to point out how bad the present governance is. The 2008 governance was based on the BC Ferry governance. BC Ferry is completely different than transit, and it has no relation. The Mayor Council on Regional Transportation has been advocating for changes in governance for a number of years, but the BC government has ignored the request. One way to bring the issue again is for all the major cities in Metro Vancouver to support this motion, and maybe then the BC government will wake up and amend the legislation. Taxation without representation. We all pay taxes to TransLink, but we do not have direct control how the money is being spent. There is no detailed budget available similar to the city budget. Money is being wasted every day. Transit mode split is way low in 2022, and unless we copy from other systems, we will not recover till 2025, 26. The senior staff in Vancouver are avoiding taking responsibility. It is the city of Vancouver that pays 50% of the cost of the trolley poles. City of Vancouver regulate the parking on bus routes and have final say on bus routes and bus stops. But the city staff don't want to report to you about it. There is citizen representation in other transit commissions, for example, Ottawa. In Victoria, even the Victoria Regional Transit Commission, they have a representation of the post-secondary students on their board. So there's very other models that do work in other cities, and we have to advocate for a proper representation here in Metro Vancouver. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nathan. You have questions, Councillor Hardwick. Please go ahead.
Hi, Nathan. The Independent Transit Commissioner Office, you mentioned that. Can you tell us a little bit about that? Does that impact any of our future governance thinking, and do you know why it was terminated?
Well, TransLink staff come up with a whole bunch of different reports, and the board and the mayor council just rubber stamped them basically, because the transit commissioner office that was closed in 2014. He used to provide independent advice of what's happening in the transit, and he took surveys of other cities, and he did all kinds of work, but we don't have any of that information anymore because the office doesn't exist.
Well, why? So when I hear independent oversight, I find that interesting for obvious reasons. Why was it terminated? Do you recall? I mean, I don't remember personally.
It's part of changes that the government of the day thought it might please the mayor's council if there is no oversight above them. That but I mean, there's many changes that have been made over the years that are not appropriate, and I mean,
well,
they took away the hospital planning, for example, from Metro Vancouver, and one reason they took it away is to say, oh, well, you have transportation planning now, but they don't do any transportation planning.
So what I'm getting from this, though, is that there's been a big loss of institutional memory. Because I'm not knowing this, and I know there's been significant turnover at TransLink. Well, there's significant turnover when we get to elections as well. So specifically, why do you think that it makes sense to have electeds there rather than appointeds?
Well, this is what we have at Metro Vancouver. Metro Vancouver was in charge of transit. from 1979 to 1983. Then it was taken away from them by the government. Nanaimo Regional District is still in charge of their transit system since 1969. So it's just a matter of putting it back into Metro Vancouver. That's where it is because that's our regional government. And transit is a regional service the same way as water and sewer and so forth.
I'm running out of time because I think we only get 3 minutes. Is that's accurate? Okay. But I am interested in the difference between elected versus appointed, so maybe we can pick that up later. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Hardwick. Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, I just wanted to, I'll follow up on that question from Councillor Hardwick, Nathan. Why do you think that the structure that's proposed in this motion would be more accountable than what we have now?
Well, we know it was more accountable when Vancouver had 3 councillors on TransLink Board of Directors for many years, and prior to that, it was also more accountable when Metro Vancouver was in charge. And that's the way it is in all of BC. All the regional governments and cities are in charge, and they're all elected. And why should Metro Vancouver be different than every other area in BC? It doesn't make any sense whatsoever. But you know, we can point out to so many things over the years that TransLink has done wrong and bad, and because there is no oversight, that's why we are number 4 in Canada, when we used to be number 1 on per capita, and that's why we are behind in electrification in Canada. We are the last big city to really tackle electrification. And so all these things are because we don't have elected officials on the TransLink board to push the region view and the individual cities view on climate change and better transit.
Okay, thanks, Nathan.
Thanks very much, Nathan. Those are all your questions. And I just take your point on the IT. Thank you for the feedback. We'll make sure we get that. Our staff are definitely hearing that feedback. So we do have speaker number 2 on the line, and that is Joe Kunzler.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi there. Yes.
Hello.
We can hear you. You
Thank
have
you, Joe
5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Vancouver City Council and Mayor Stewart. Joe Kunzler here, one of TransLink's friends from the U.S. First, I want to take a moment and thank you for doing Pink Shirt Day. I was a victim of intensive bullying in the public schools, so deeply appreciate the gesture this morning. But it isn't why I'm here. Rather, I sent your council an open letter discussing what I perceive the stakes are, having interacted with many transit boards, from the World Famous Mayors Council to the Bay Area Rapid Transit Board to Sound Transit to Skagit Transit and others. But first, I must say I appreciate Councillor Boyle asking pointed questions of the first speaker, supporting this wild proposed solution to perceived problems. I agree with that first speaker that no governance model is perfect. But when TransLink is so successful, having hosted Railvolution and won APTA Transit of the Year in 2019 and leading in the recovery from COVID-19, why change now? No, seriously, when you got Sarah Ross, Jada Stevens, and yes, Minister Bowen Ma, why change now? Oh, because some don't like bus stop spacing. That's beyond sanity to make a huge change over local issues that can be resolved by requesting Sarah Ross come to your council, make the case, and hear from you. I know, Sarah, if you keep the discussion focused on the issues and not her, all good. So why change governance now? As I explained in my letter, I have had some experiences less than pleasant with more elected officials in the transit governance kitchen. In my Skagit, we have moderately disruptive board members who are or were mayors on the board who sometimes wanted to defund the basics of transit, so I have to stand on guard for Fee to push back against her ignorance. I do not think you want this, versus the collaborative nature of the world-famous Mayor's Council, tempered by a board of experts. Now, you may want a directly elected board, sure. I'm worried about keeping big money out so transit advocates can get on the board. The problem is if transit advocates, and I am one, and I know many, we will trade experience for enthusiasm, and we'll go after the shiny new object, or chase after Bowen Ma to be CEO, or some other superstar to be CEO. I also worry about corporate capture getting worse and leaving behind those who need transit the most. Also, there needs to be some insulation from electoral politics, as if you don't like the mobility pricing being vetoed by the Premier and Minister Ma and yes, Minister Fleming. You really aren't going to like what an elected TransLink board could choose to do. Granted, yes, the Bay Area Rapid Transit, or BART board in the Bay Area, is doing okay, but that's because big money's not involved, and that's because progressives have leaned in to hold most of the seats, and they've hired a great staff. As far as getting transit supporter input, I appreciate greatly the discussion that just happened about getting more riders advisories councils like what Skagit Transit has. And I need to stress this. I do not speak for Skagit Transit. I do not speak for TransLink, etc., etc. These are all my personal views. But personally, I think it's important to directly connect riders to a transit governance. I used to serve on the Skagit Transit Committee, Community Advisory Committee with a mixed bag of success. We were able to sway Skagit Transit to couple a paratransit fare to a summer youth pass in 2019, for instance, and I can expound upon this upon request how we pulled that off. But that was something I personally quarterbacked. And that was an idea that came from the riders, not the planners. However, if you're not happy with the current TransLink governance, if I can get a word in edgewise, TransLink needs one minister responsible. If I was a councillor, I would ask for a Deputy Premier Bowen Ma, minister responsible for TransLink. I totally understand if the council says no to this. In conclusion, I ask again, why change now? To quote Minister Bowen Ma, a government serves people, and when a government delivers services, they deliver them to real people. People who live, who laugh, who cry, who suffer, who yell out in pain, who loved and are loved, end quote. I ask that as you look at this motion, you frame your decisions in that space. The current TransLink governance structure centers real people and has been internationally validated as such between an APTA 2019 award, plus hosting Railvolution, plus having many American and Canadian fans as the world's best transit, and therefore I urge great caution and deep deliberation before changing that structure, please. I await your questions. Thank you for the time, and go TransLink. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Joe. There are no questions for you, but we appreciate hearing from you today.
You're quite welcome. I'm disappointed there were no questions.
I feel your pain. That is where we're at. So we're going to move on to our final speaker, Speaker 4, Mark Beeching.
Thank you. I really appreciate the opportunity to speak. I'm the president of ATU, Amalgamated Transit Workers Union, 1724, the union that represents the workers who are out there every day right now, driving your mothers, your fathers, your sisters, and your brothers. And also the office staff and maintenance. Transit is connected to the health of the community, and that connection has been somewhat severed when the mayors had less decision-making power on the TransLink board. And this has been an ongoing issue where there's a disconnect between the disabled community and with the decision makers. When a municipal, a person is elected in a municipal government, is directly connected and accessible to disabled people and seniors. they have people have an opportunity to reach them and have their voices heard. In 2004, there was a contract, and Handy Dart is contracted out, and a company was going to take over and fire every worker and have a job fair, and the entire system was going to be sent into turmoil. I had the opportunity to speak to Marlene Grinnell, who was my mayor in Langley, and she took the time to speak to me, where I wouldn't have had that opportunity elsewhere, and she was the deciding vote that protected our service from decimation. And yes, having workers lose their jobs that have been dedicated, I've been doing this for 2 years this year. We're dedicated to the clients, we're dedicated to the community, and we represent disabled people and serve disabled people and seniors across the Lower Mainland. The concern that I have is that we seem to be going towards having advisory committees, and I support that. The problem is that advisory committees don't have the final say, and therein lies the rub. We need to have people that are elected and accountable on the ground floor who are vested in their communities to have a say as to the decisions that are made in TransLink. I see oftentimes TransLink will have focus groups that are really not places of input, but they're structured. When I sit down with Marlene and talk to her about the issues, she heard me and she understood. Whereas a focus group is orchestrated by people that have no connection to their community. So I would say that I want to thank the movers of this motion. I hope that you will consider that municipal electors are a part of an accessible transit system, and that we need that connection. We can't have a continued disconnect between the people that are on the ground doing the work with their constituents, and the constituents have a voice. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mark. There are no questions, but we appreciate hearing from you today.
Thank you.
So that does bring us to the end of the speakers list. So we'll just move back over to the main queue. And this motion has been moved and seconded, of course. So now we will move to debate. Councillor Hardwick.
Well, I'm going to speak in support of this motion. I believe that having an open and democratic process is key to the success of our public institutions, even ones that are hybrid. I'm much more comfortable seeing elected representatives sitting on the TransLink board than I am seeing appointed, which are essentially, in many cases, political appointments put on the board. So to Councillor Fry and Councillor Swanson, you have my support. That's it.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hardwick. Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, I think we have a problem with TransLink the way it is. Facing a climate disaster, and we have to get people out of cars. And the best to do this is to have a really good transit system that's easy and convenient to use. But lately, TransLink has been cutting out bus stops, reducing the frequency of services, raising fares, people who have no money. These are all things that reduce ridership. We've passed motions on all those things, but nothing happens. We don't control transit. TransLink does, and most of TransLink appointed and not accountable to people who elect them. Sochan, as you know now, came from the city's Transportation Committee, endorsed Seniors Committee. It's calling for more democratic representation on TransLink. And the hope is that if the folks on the board are elected, if they're elected reps, maybe we can get a better system. I'm persuaded by the speakers like Mark Beeching, that having elected responsible for transit will be more accountable than in our current system. We definitely need a connection between the transit users and the decision makers. I think this motion, if the province does what we're at, would be a good first step in that direction. That's it.
Thank you, Councillor Swanson. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I wanted to just start by saying I have grappled with this a lot. I have spent a lot of time talking this issue through with folks over the last week to better understand it. I get that it's just the mayor writing a letter, and I think these are important conversations, and so have been diving pretty deep into this one. I love transit. I ride transit. I want a strong, robust public transportation system. I absolutely hear the challenges we've been hearing from speakers around bus stop balancing, around confusing governance structures that currently exist, around confusion about how public input is engaged and encouraged, and in particular about a lack of transit rider voices, representation of people who ride transit and transit advocates in the system. All of those, I absolutely agree, are issues that we need to keep working on. And the place I keep getting stuck is, as you heard my questions, is just not being convinced that the proposed solution is going to fix any of those challenges. And so I have some benefit in seeing some of how the system works. I was sub for the mayor at the mayor's council meeting this morning. I get to do that every now and then, and so see the inside of it. I see that table of elected leaders being pretty deeply involved in policy decisions, visioning and direction around transit. And we have had pretty good recovery, ridership recovery from COVID. Their ridership of TransLink has grown really strongly over a decade. TransLink's recently released draft climate plan is incredibly ambitious. I'm weighing this because I see a lot of very good work happening there. And again, I recognize the governance structure is currently somewhat confusing. And I see the good work that's coming out of it. Not perfect, absolutely, lots of room for improvement, but good work. So that's what I keep wrestling with. I absolutely agree we need more transit users and advocates at the decision-making table. I'm not sure that more elected voices will get us there. We know that many elected leaders aren't transit users. Many, or probably all, of our elected councils in the region are behind on climate targets. We in Vancouver are failing to meet our own climate plans. We are not doing enough ourselves on accessibility. So more elected, I appreciate and absolutely agree with the need for more accountability in that way, and yet we are failing on those fronts too. And so I continue to grapple with whether that really is a solution for the clear problem that we agree on in front of us. And I worry about the risk of local fights derailing urgently needed action, local and regional action on climate. So I have really wrestled with this one. Because I agree absolutely with the challenges named, and just don't see that the solution gets us there. And we'll just close by saying either way, those are all issues I have been advocating on, and I will continue to advocate on in the many ways I think are needed to address them.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, I'll try and keep this pretty brief. Obviously, this is a direction that's come not just from the Transportation Advisory Committee, but also has come from the Mayor's Council itself on numerous occasions, and as recently as the 2020 general provincial election. I think that there's been this notion that suggests that the current board is an expert board. I'm not necessarily convinced that that is the case. There's some very capable people on the current board, but I don't think that they're necessarily experts. And with that said, I don't think that as elected, we're expected to be experts. That's why we rely on staff, and we have very proficient and wide variety of staff resources to provide us with that expertise. As electeds, our role is accountability and representation of the public. And because TransLink is a taxing authority and they collect money from our tax bills, there is, I think, a direct line for accountability with the public that pay for that. And furthermore, recognizing that there are a lot of people who rely on transit. I take transit all the time, and I see certainly where there are areas that could be improved that maybe don't get heard by this current board and maybe could use a little bit of input from the public by way of their elected representation. So thanks for giving me this time to speak to the motion, and I'll be voting in favor of this motion, obviously, as I submitted it. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Fry. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I think Councillor Boyle articulated a lot of similar thoughts to what I had and great points, and I won't necessarily reiterate those, but try to add a few additional ones. And I think that is the importance. I think I'll start with looking at the overall governance structure holistically, and it was quite clear to me in reading the motion itself, in terms of the clause pertaining specifically only to the TransLink board, in the comments from the mover of the motion when it was introduced, and then also from the speakers from our advisory committee, and specifically transportation, that the TransLink board had been considered in isolation and not with respect to the other governance ecosystem and structure, including the Mayor's Regional Council on Transportation, or the linkage into Metro Vancouver. And I think that that's a challenge because they are interconnected and the governance system is complex. And so that's kind of the job is for council to sort of differentiate between a number of different issues. I really appreciate the strong advocacy from the Transportation Committee and the Seniors Committee. Those are important considerations with respect to bus balancing, penetration, in terms of routes, availability of stops, things of that nature. And so the question I would ask is, are we fully utilizing the channels and the avenues that we have in order to bring those concerns forward and advocate vociferously? And we do obviously have the mayor sitting and representative on that and other councillors that participate from time to time to bring those concerns forward. I took the opportunity to speak with a number of past and current councillors, both past Vancouver councillors, as well as current municipal councillors from other regions, because I wanted to seek input and a perspective and a point of view. And what I heard from several people that I reached out to, and I would say of differing political stripes on the issue, was a common perspective that this was not going to a step forward in terms of trying to achieve the goal. I think the goal is laudable, but I don't think that the mechanism is the way to get there. And we had discussions around specific situations, such as the Canada Line, which is probably one of the transit options that I use the most frequently. It helped in terms of selecting where I live in terms of access, and it provides a very different type of service to things like bus routes. And so I bring that example up because that was sort of apparently back in the day a reputed point of difference of opinions amongst the electeds of the day that sat on a previous iteration and structure of the board, and is reputed to have resulted in some delay in building that. We know when you have mega transit infrastructure like that, that the more you delay, the cost can increase, but eventually they got to the same place. We could have got there more quickly. And I think that's really important, because you do want a board that doesn't feel, the flip side of it is that you could say, okay, well, your current electeds are more sensitive to public opinion, and that's true, but they're also sometimes sensitive to that public opinion in the moment within that short 4-year cycle. And when you're talking about transit investment and planning and advocacy for that, you are trying to plan for decades and generations, right? And so one of the issues that we have as a very young city is that we don't have that significant transit infrastructure that has been built out and existed for centuries, like in the UK, France, Hong Kong, right? A number of other cities. And sometimes it's easier for them to do things like climate-friendly communities and denser communities and walkable cities because they have the infrastructure and we don't. We're also much sort of bigger geographically. So, and we do have to think about how people move across the region as well, but balance that with local needs. So I really appreciate where the folks are coming from. I think the council can take that feedback really seriously and look for ways to advocate on that. But I'm not convinced that there's been enough robustness in this motion to look at sort of the overall transit system and ecosystem. I also think too, to say there isn't elected influence on that board wouldn't be correct, because there's a couple of mayors, half of the appointees are put forward by mayors, and that's really not different than the electeds of the day. They all come with a political connotation, if you will. So I'm inclined to sort of align with some of the concerns that were shared by my fellow Councillor Boyle and not support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kirby-Young. And seeing no other councillors on the queue, we're going to move to a vote. I'm just checking on, I believe Councillor DiGenova and Councillor Dominato are both absent from the meeting at this point. So that motion does pass with 3 in opposition, Councillor Boyle, Councillor Kirby-Young, and myself, Councillor Bly. Thank you very much, Council. So now we will be moving to item 5 on our agenda, which is supporting the legal challenge against discrimination implied in Quebec's Bill 21, which was moved and introduced by Councillor Swanson and seconded by Councillor Boyle. And we do have speakers on this motion as it was referred from the council meeting yesterday, and we're going to go ahead and call on those speakers at this time. So the first speaker on the queue is Guntas Kaur.
Yes, hello.
Hi there, we can hear you. You have 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Guntas Kaur. I am the Vice President for BC with the World Sick Organization of Canada. We are in favor of the motion, and I am not a resident of Vancouver. The World Sick Organization is a not-for-profit organization with a mandate to promote and protect the interests of Canadian Sikhs, as well as to promote and advocate for the protection of human rights for all individuals, irrespective of race, religion, gender, ethnicity, and social and economic status. We're one of the organizations on the ground in Quebec and are the main appellant in the case before the Quebec Court of Appeal against Quebec's Bill 21 or secularism law. Although this issue may look as though it's far removed from Vancouver, it's vital that municipalities become involved in the fight against Bill 21. We recognize and are grateful that this council chose to raise its voice in 2019 and condemn Bill 21 for what it was, a violation of fundamental freedoms. This motion before you represents the next step in that condemnation, taking action against discrimination, standing in allyship with your neighbors of all faiths. In the times we live in, money is one of those tangible actions that speaks volumes. The act of contributing funds to a cause raises awareness, but in this instance, I will also say it raises spirits. WSO is a community-run organization. Our fights have always been something we took on ourselves with pride in the hope and knowledge that we will make life better for others. However, every now and then, everyone needs to feel that their battles are everyone's battle, that we have allies, especially allies at home, where we live, work, and play. Standing against Bill 21, we're facing the endless resources of a provincial government, and your decision today can help us all level that playing field. It's been said, eternal vigilance is the price of liberty. After World War II, the global community promised to speak out against discrimination and religious persecution. However, we are seeing the rise of so much ugliness today, and not just in one country, but around the world, even here in Canada. We're not called on to be vigilant only when discrimination appears at our doorstep, but rather whenever and wherever it may be that touches our lives and that challenges our principles as a society. I know so many of us are looking for a way to not just raise our voice, but to demonstrate tangibly that we mean what we say, that we're willing to act. Sometimes that also means challenging the idea that a problem has to be here at home to act. Distance is not and will not be an adequate barrier nor a defense to discrimination. How do we as a society continue to tell our children that they can be anything they want to be and still be true to their identity and their roots? That Canada is richer for its diversity if we're so okay with witnessing a Canadian teacher not teaching because she wears a dastard, the Sikh turban, or a hijab. That depending on where someone lives, it's okay to make someone choose between their work and their identity. Is this the Canada we want our kids to see and to inherit? I am confident that the decision Vancouver makes today will be in the spirit of unity and allyship. That when we look back on this day, history will show a city that chose to act. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much. You do have questions, so I'll advance Councillor Carr. Please go ahead.
Yes, thanks very much. And thanks for speaking with me the other day. I really appreciated our conversation a lot. I'm wondering if you can provide a response to the idea that that we as council and even we as a city really support and actually encourage individuals sort of more broadly within society to really get behind the fight against this Bill 21. In other words, to support the legal challenge that's going on right now.
I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you the other day as well, and I really enjoyed our conversation. And as to this question, I do appreciate the question, and I believe that, as I spoke in my comments, that we as a community have taken on these legal challenges in the past on our own. But it's sometimes there is a need to feel, and it's always welcome to feel that we are part of Canadian society, Canadian fabric, and that our challenges as people of perhaps more visible faith practice are still felt and considered to be a part of greater Canadian society and fabric. And so we welcome the support, and I would certainly second your comments that support your comments that we make a wider call out to our community and seek that support for such a challenge that we're facing.
Yeah. Well, thank you, and thank you for all your incredibly good work for making our society, our country, so much more better a place.
Thank you, and thank you for your work.
Do you have more questions, Councillor Swanson?
Yeah, thanks so much for getting involved in this, for talking to me, and for your presentation that you just made, which I thought was really eloquent.
Thank you.
So one of the problems with the city giving money to this cause is that the city's budget is very tight. And I'm afraid that some of the councillors, another problem would be that some people would say that we're kind of out of our jurisdiction, that this isn't a municipal issue. So I'm wondering how you would respond on those two fronts, that we don't have enough money, even though we do have a reserve fund with $40-odd million in it, and that we're getting out of our municipal responsibilities by doing something like this. How would you respond?
I would respond by saying, as to my conversation with many councillors this past couple of weeks, that we, in these organizations certainly recognize the challenges that municipalities are facing financially to provide services and for their citizens and residents that live in those jurisdictions and those areas. However, it's unfortunate that challenges such as Bill 21 don't come at convenient times, whether financially, economically, fiscally, whatever it might be. they don't come at times that are convenient for society as a whole, and they don't create convenience either. And that we as a community sometimes have to look beyond our geographic borders, as I've said in my statement, and consider what this says about us as, for all of you as residents of Vancouver, but also as us as citizens and residents of Metro Vancouver, of British Columbia, and as Canadians as a whole, that we in our own backyard will not challenge or will not are apprehensive of putting actions behind a challenge such as this. Something that is, I would, from my conversations with many councillors these past couple of weeks, say that is abhorrent to most of us and would be to members of our societies that we live in. So while I can understand the difficulty behind it, I do think that there are certain times when challenges like this ask us to really dig deep and look at the principle behind what we're fighting and we're supporting, and consider that to speak, and require us to rise to the challenge.
Okay, thank you so much, dear.
You're very welcome. Thank you.
And thank you very much. Those are your questions, but we do appreciate you coming to speak to council.
Thank you again for the time and the opportunity.
Thank you. So we do have next on our list is speaker number 2, Shiva Ole.
Speaker 2 is not on the line.
Thank you very much. Do we have speaker number 3, Imtiaz Poppet?
No.
Okay. So that brings us to the end of the speakers list. And given those 2 speakers I just called are our last and only 2 speakers left on the list, I'll consider our speakers list closed on this item, and we will be moving to debate and decision. So is there any discussion, Council? Go ahead, Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I was asked, it was requested of me as the council liaison to the REACE Committee, otherwise known as the Racial and Ethnocultural Equity Committee, if I could read a letter on their behalf into the record. So I'm going to try to do that quite quickly. And it's penned by Stephanie Kallstrom, who serves as the chair on behalf of the committee. Dear Mayor and Council, I'm writing to you on behalf of the Racial and Ethnocultural Equity Advisory Committee and our unanimous support for funding of legal costs for contributions to the Supreme Court case opposing Bill 21C. Considering the growing incidence of Islamophobia, we, the REACE Committee, unequivocally denounce Bill 21. We know that this bill does not align with the City of Vancouver's values, nor does it align with Canadian values. The bill highlights continued inequality of racialized people municipally, provincially, and federally. The bill also further incites racism by providing a platform for racist people to confirm their agreement with the bill. We are concerned this will cause a ripple effect, including a further increase in Islamophobia, hate incidents, and crimes. Our committee is calling on the City of Vancouver to join other cities around Canada in making their opposition known to Bill 21 by way of a sizable financial contribution to the legal costs opposing the bill. By doing so, the City of Vancouver is living true to their commitment of anti-racism and support of racialized community who are continuously underrepresented and excluded from municipal decisions. It will show true allyship by the City of Vancouver and a step in reconciling the many exclusionary actions and decisions that have been made for and to racialized people. Refusing to make a financial contribution will simply show the little value the City of Vancouver holds for issues that concern racialized communities. We, the REACE Committee, know it is not equitable to take funding from work related to Vancouver's equity-deserving communities, as outlined in the Equity Framework and City of Reconciliation and other equity-focused work and community engagement, considering how the bill amplifies inequality of racialized people. Therefore, taking money from our work would be unacceptable. The REACE Committee also encourages all municipalities in BC and nationwide to contribute financially to the Supreme Court case opposing Bill 21C, which shows allyship and the city's stance on racism. So that's the end of the letter that I was asked to read into the record, and I can share a bit of context for Council. Having attended the last Racial Equity Committee meeting, the committee had a robust discussion on this item, did agree that they wanted to provide financial support. They also had a discussion around a sizable contribution, and the motion that they passed was actually an ask for $100,000, not the $10,000 that you see in the motion. And at one point during the meeting, there was also a consideration given to $500,000 or a $500,000 amount. So in terms of just providing some of the facts and updates to council on the nature of what the committee's discussion was, I just wanted to share that for the record. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kirby-Young. We will move to Councillor Carr.
Yes,
Actually,
thanks, Chair.
Councillor Carr and those on the queue, I'm going to ask our clerks. We are in a question queue right now. We need to move back to the main queue. So I'm just noting that it's Councillor Carr, Councillor Hardwick, and Councillor Swanson, and we'll put you back on the list on the main queue now. Go ahead, Councillor Carr.
Want me to? There.
Okay, there you go.
Okay, great, thank you. Actually, you might want to move me to an amendment queue. I did forward an amendment to council this morning.
Okay, I'll move us to an amendment queue. And just ask you put yourself back on the queue, Councillor Carr.
Yes, I can.
And please go ahead and introduce your amendment.
Great, thank you. My amendment really speaks to the issue that that I asked of Ms. Carr, which is around the fact of the need to really encourage people, ourselves as councillors, people within the city, businesses, organizations, basically our society as a whole, to get behind this law case that is, in fact, one of incredible importance around social justice. So my amendment is that that mayor and council, that us in our individual capacities, be encouraged to promote and encourage people, businesses, and organizations, including ourselves, to donate to the legal challenge to Quebec's Bill 21, that's led by the World Sikh Organization of Canada, the National Council of Canadian Muslims, and the Canadian Civil Liberties Association. There is, in fact, a specific tax-deductible donation portal that's now available for this on the Canadian Civil Liberties Association website, and I can circulate that. Well, I'm going to tweet about it, so you can pick it up that way too. But it does. Councillor Swanson said I really should mention that there is a tax donation for it as well when you do donate. But to me, it's not about a tax donation. It's about a sense of solidarity with people who are threatened with their civil rights and liberties being taken away. And that's what Bill C-21 does. You know, I love Canada because we are not that melting pot. We are a mosaic. And we cherish and love the diversity that is this country, that is our city in particular. More than 50% of the people in Vancouver don't have English as a second language. So that's my amendment, and I'm very much hoping that people will support it. I actually just donated. We did get a raise at the end of last year. I decided to put mine towards charitable causes, so I just donated $1,000 to that. As I say, it's really, I believe, a worthwhile cause in the aim for real justice.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. So we do have that amendment on the floor. Councillor Swanson, to the amendment.
Yeah, I support the amendment and I'll make a donation, but I don't think we should support this amendment as an alternative to having the city show our support as the City of Vancouver for this cause. I think I'm not proud of everything the city does, but I am proud of some things the city does, like being in favor of safe supply, being in favor of compassion clubs, you know, passing the tiny homes thing today. You know, I'm proud of those things. I would be proud of our city if we contributed. Well, I would like it to be the 100,000 that Brampton is doing. That was the minimum that our racial and ethnocultural equity committee wanted. But I reduced it to 10, thinking that maybe we could get a vote for it. I think Victoria did 9,500. It's just a tiny portion of our reserves. It'll hardly make a dent in it. And I think it would be a great show of solidarity as a city rather than as individuals. We can do the individual part too, and we should, but I think we should do something as a city too. I thought the presentation by the speaker was really, really eloquent, that this is a tangible action that we can take, that people in racialized minorities need to feel that their battle is everyone's battle, that giving money will help level the playing field, that it will show that we're willing to act, and what we say is what we do is more important than what we say. So yeah, I'll support the amendment. I think it's good, but I really think we need to support donating as a city too, and 10,000 isn't very much.
Point of privilege, Chair.
Yes.
Just a quick one. I'm finding that the audio is really loud. Seems louder than usual in the chamber, and it's a little tough to take that volume for that long. I don't know if that's me, but it seems really loud.
Okay, I'll make sure that our staff can take a look at that. Right. I see. Okay, that's helpful. So I just was informed by our staff that to hear the speakers calling in from the TELUS line, we tend to turn the audio up because we've just had speakers. So we can now turn it down because the councilor's audio through the WebEx is
Thank you.
a different line. Okay, great. Thanks for raising that issue. Councillor Wiebe.
Yeah, I will be supporting the amendment. And I want to thank all the members of different organizations and the public that have reached out to us and have talked about how they want to see us stand in solidarity. They want us to show action on this. They want us to show that we do care. And I think I would love to not only donate, but also promote to others to show that Vancouver wants to stand united together on such an important cause. And so I'm really appreciative of this amendment coming forward because I think we do as a city in these tough times need to make sure that we are standing together united. And I think bringing people together to support a cause, and 10,000 is not enough. And so that's why I like the fact that if we can garner support and we can show that this is coming from every community across the city, that we're standing with you. And I really appreciate how this amendment kind of brings us together. So thanks to the mover of the amendment, and looking forward to continuing to see us kind of push this solidarity effort and try to get other cities and municipalities to join us.
Thank you, Councillor Wiebe. And that does bring us to the end of councillors on the queue. So we'll go to a vote on the amendment. And that amendment does pass with none in opposition. So thank you very much, Councillor Carr, for bringing that forward. We will now move back to the main queue. And Councillor Carr, you do have the floor.
Great. Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Councillor Swanson, for bringing this forward. And I know it's been a source of some consternation amongst councillors because of our recent process of going through our operating budget and painfully having to make decisions about what we couldn't fund in that budget. And so many of those programs, positions, and endeavors by the city are really critical, and it's a very hard process. Nonetheless, I really believe that we should, as a city, stand up for the kind of city and the kind of country we want. And when the civil rights and liberties of major groups, this Bill 21 doesn't just target the Islamic community. It doesn't just target the Jewish community. It really targets everyone in Canada, because if you can take away the rights of one group, why can't a government take away the rights of another group? I think we have to stand united. I think we have to support those who are taking on this fight for justice and equality and freedom of and civil rights. And so thank you, Jean. Thank you to all the speakers. Thank you to our committees who have weighed in on this, our advisory committees. I really appreciate their input as well. So I stand in support of this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Hardwick.
Thank you. This is a legal challenge in the province of Quebec. We can support the legal challenge, and I don't think anybody would dispute that that's something that we can and should do. It does hearken me back, though, as I think going back many years, as we think about the ever-broadening scope of the things that we are touching at City Council. I was reminded about Vancouver becoming a nuclear-free zone back many years ago, and the long list that has joined that since. We all want to do the right thing, but at the end of the day, the money that we're spending is public funds that comes directly or indirectly from our residents. And given the constraints on our budget, we can't fund everything. So I would like to sever this motion. I would like to support A and C, but I will not be supporting B.
Thank you, Councillor Hardwick. Councillor Boyle.
Yes, I'll be brief as well. It's been articulated well already that this is absolutely a critical justice issue, not just for residents in Quebec, but for folks across the country. And we've heard that very clearly from speakers, from the emails we've been getting. And so I will be supporting the whole motion.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Boyle. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, thanks. I appreciate that Councillor Swanson has brought this back with a more reasonable ask. I was really struggling with the original financial ask because I felt that it was not really fair given the amount of cuts we had to make to critical services here in the City of Vancouver in our last budget round, including a lot of equity-seeking pieces and arts and culture and reconciliation and a bunch of stuff that we also need to take care of here in the City of Vancouver. So I appreciate that this is a far more modest ask, and really, if we want to be accurate, given the extent of our financial resources, it is somewhat symbolic, even token. But I think it is an important symbol for us to send. I'm one of the lucky folks here who's an immigrant to this country, and we came to this country because Canada was. When we came here, it was a beacon of inclusivity, and that meant a lot. That meant a lot to a lot of people who have immigrated to this country, and I think that we owe it to, and as an immigrant myself, and as a city that is comprised of a lot of folks who are immigrants from other parts of the world who fled difficult situations and come to build a better life and be part of an inclusive and vibrant society that Canada offers, and specifically Vancouver offers. And I've been so blessed to watch Vancouver's multiculturalism grow over the 40-something or almost 50 years that I've lived here. So I do want to really speak to, this is an important symbolic thing for us to do as Canadians, and it's why I'm proud to be a Canadian, and I think it's a sign of respect and appreciation for what it is to be a Canadian when we challenge this really wrong-headed approach that Quebec is taking, and we look more at this not as a anti-Quebec thing, but as a pro-Canada thing, and really bringing us together. And I so I'll be voting in support, and I'll be donating as well.
Thank you, Councillor Fry. Councillor Dominato.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, just coming off mute. Appreciate the dialogue that's been had around this issue, and it is one of importance. It's actually denouncing Bill 21 was a motion that I and Councillor Kirby-Young brought well over a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, in light of concerns raised around the bill and the implications, and obviously it is now before the courts. And so absolutely recognizing that we do not support that. This being said, I think we really need to ground ourselves in the fact that we have a responsibility to our residents and taxpayers here. And so while I have many friends who are Muslim, who are Sikh within a number of communities, I also am accountable to the public around how we use public taxpayer dollars. And when I look at this, I have a laundry list of items that residents have asked me for and have asked this council for to support and to fund. And so it's with that in mind that I'm approaching this decision and the proposal to offer a grant as part of this court case. I'm happy to contribute personally and would certainly encourage others to do so. But at this juncture, particularly after the last number of budgets and the recognition that we have many challenges in our own backyard here, and we don't seem to have enough resources to address a number of those challenges, I can't support the financial ask in this motion today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dominato. Councillor Swanson, closing on your motion.
Yeah, we just came off a week or so ago the National Day of Action and Remembrance on Islamophobia. And we've all heard about the 5 precious folks that were lost at that Quebec mosque 5 years ago, and an innocent Muslim family that was killed by a car last year in Quebec, in Ontario, I mean. And last year I talked to an amazing Muslim teenager who was assaulted on a Vancouver bus because she was wearing a hijab. So if our Canadian court allows one province to infringe on religious freedom, it means that all provinces could. I know we don't have a lot of money, but we do have a reserve fund of about $45 million. And so I reduced the ask of our Racial Ethnocultural Committee for this motion. I reduced it from over 100,000 down to a measly 10, just so the city can show in a concrete way that we as a city, not as individuals, but as a city, have the backs of people who are going to be discriminated against because of this bill. Nice words about how bad discrimination are better than no words, but nice words plus action are a way better way to show real solidarity. And you know, some people have said we have to be accountable to our residents and our taxpayers. Well, our residents are Muslims. Our residents are Sikhs. Our residents are racialized minorities who can be discriminated against, who are victims of hate that bills like this encourage. So I think we have a responsibility as a city to at least give a little token of our solidarity with these groups. And I think Councillor Hardwick asked for the motion to be severed. I think that's a good idea. But I'm hoping we can all vote for the measly 10,000 to throw in as a city. That's it.
Thank you, Councillor Swanson. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thank you. I don't want to add too much because I think that a number of councillors have spoken to it. I just want to add one thing, and I think that it's really important that we also take actions here at home. And I appreciated Councillor Swanson's reference to the young teenager on the bus who had that horrible experience. We've had a number of our communities who have had horrible and difficult experiences that the pandemic has exacerbated a lot of tensions and a lot of perspectives underneath. And we've heard from our Jewish community, increased incidents of anti-Semitism, of hateful graffitis, of swastikas in public places or in front of homes. We've saw the Kamagado Maru memorial defaced. We've had a number of incidents of anti-Asian racism, particularly targeting a lot of vulnerable people, including seniors of Asian descent who have been knocked down in stores and are afraid to walk to get their daily groceries. And we've seen that. And so we've had opportunities at council, such as when we had a motion that I brought forward to move forward with an sort of a broad-based anti-racism, anti-hate strategy for the city of Vancouver to speak to all of our communities that were feeling the very real impacts of that. And council referred that motion. We didn't feel urgency around it at that time. And that's what I mean in terms of there are some very real things that I think we can do here and we should be doing with some more urgency. But for me, a lot of it is about being true to the principle and looking after those things. And I can't reconcile align decisions like that. And we hear those stories of people that are experiencing those situations every day that are being called names on our streets. And we are not taking enough action, I believe, right here in the city of Vancouver. So there's a lot more that I could say about this. I think I'll leave it there for now. I may come back. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Kirby-Yung. Next, we have Mayor Stewart.
Thanks, Chair. There's all kinds of things we might do and should do in the future, but here's the choice in front of us right now. And it'd be embarrassing not to fund this, so please vote yes for both if you're severing. Thank you.
Next, Councillor Fry.
Yeah, and I think Mayor Stewart really touched on something there, and I think it's important to just kind of frame this, that voting against this, now that it's a significantly modest ask that really has no consequence but for the symbolism on our budget, it says something about who we are as a council, who we are as a city, to turn it down. Some of you would have seen the reports of a young Indigenous woman who, along with her two friends, were beaten up by a guy over the weekend, a Freedom Convoy related guy who the Vancouver is Awesome posted his link to his profile. The guy is literally a white supremacist, and he's walking around beating up teenagers in our city. And if we sort of turn around and say, you know what, we're good with letting this one slide because $10,000 is not something that the good people of Vancouver would condone, I think that says far too much about who we are as a city, and that would be really unfortunate. So.
Thank you very much, Councillor Fry. So that does bring us to the end of the speakers list, and we do have a request to sever. So we will move to a voting queue, and we'll go through and vote separately on all three resolutions, A, B, and C. So we'll start the voting on A. And that motion passes with none in opposition. And then we will be voting on B, just giving the clerks a moment to switch between screens. And that motion does fail with Councillors Hardwick, Councillor Dominato, Councillor Kirby-Yung, and myself in opposition. And then finally, we'll vote on C.
Point of a privilege, I guess it is. Could you just review that again? I'm sorry, I didn't. You said it failed, but maybe I looked at it wrong. But I saw 6 in favor.
It does require 2/3 of council, so 8
All
votes
right.
in
I'm
the
so
affirmative.
sorry. Yes. Apologies. You hadn't. Yes, I'm sorry.
So we're just in the middle of a vote, so I'll just ask us to continue. That's okay, Councillor Carr. Thanks for raising that. So resolution C. And that motion passes with none in opposition. So that does bring us to the end of item 5, and just want to thank the speakers for joining us for that item. We're now moving to item 6 on the agenda. This is the third referred motion. A previously motion before, aligning Vancouver's 2023 to 2026 capital plan with increased climate emergency action, which was moved and introduced by Councillor Carr and seconded by Councillor Boyle. And we do have speakers for this motion. Our first speaker is here in person, Nathan Davidovich. You have 5 minutes to speak to council.
Councillor Carr is not introducing the motion again? Or?
The motion was introduced yesterday
Oh,
and then referred
okay,
to today.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, Chair and members of council. I support the motion and to allocate more resources to climate change. This is the whole problem, is that many other cities are not following Vancouver and not allocating money or even applying for money for climate change. So it should be really mandatory, or the provincial government should mandate that through Clean BC. So Washington State is doing some mandating, and the same thing in California, where they have way more progressive laws to combat the climate change. The problem I have here in Vancouver, that we are continuing with this process of referendum for capital plan, and what's going to happen if George Batman, who killed the 2015 transit referendum, will campaign against the 2022 referendum of the city of Vancouver? You know, it might not pass. And, you know, we need a proper plan, capital plan, without a referendum. Other cities in BC don't hold referendum, and it has to be a proper plan to include all the climate emergency actions and infrastructure items like sidewalk and lighting to upgrade them to the current standards so people can feel safe and can walk instead of using their cars for every trip that exists. So these are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nathan. There are no questions, but we do appreciate you coming. Next on the list is speaker number 2, Peter McCartney.
Hello, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You do have 5 minutes to speak to council. Please go ahead.
Great, thanks. Hi, everyone. Thank you for having me in to speak today. Some of you may know I'm the climate campaigner for the Wilderness Committee. We represent over 10,000 supporters in Vancouver, and I just want to call to give the Wilderness Committee's full support for this motion. I want to thank this council for its leadership in climate action and for the Climate Emergency Action Plan. And, you know, we've seen time and time again with governments at all levels that we develop excellent plans that don't get the funding they need to see it through. And so I think this motion is sort of where the rubber hits the road. The 2023 to 2027 capital plan will make or break our city's 2030 climate targets. And, you know, it does take money to address climate change. But of course, we are already paying the cost of climate change through the damage to our public infrastructure with the atmospheric rivers, and more importantly than in dollars, we're already paying the cost in lives. You know, as this motion highlights, the 99 Vancouverites who perished tragically in the heat wave earlier last year. So I'm asking you to support this motion. I know that the COVID-19 pandemic has done a number on public budgets everywhere, but I think it also showed that government can spend the money it needs to address emergencies, and this is an emergency. If we use it as an excuse to delay climate action any longer, we're accepting more of these climate disasters and more costs for our cities and our communities. Instead, I think we should use it as inspiration for what an emergency response looks like, and we can show other levels of government that the public is interested and wants them to show up with the kind of financial muscle we're going to have to take in order to address climate change. So that's all I had to say. Just really recommend that you support this motion and keep Vancouver on track to being able to meet the ambitious climate goals it's set out for. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Peter. You do have questions, Councillor Carr? Up to 3 minutes.
Great. Thanks so much. Really appreciate you taking the time to come to speak to this motion. I'm very interested in knowing, having been familiar with the Wilderness Committee, you do a canvas, you get out and reach out to the public, large membership-based organization. What are your members and what are your canvassers hearing at the door about people's concerns around climate?
Climate change is the first thing people want to talk about at the door. Our canvassers that are in touch with the public at every opportunity are hearing a real fear from people about the impacts of climate change in our community and a desire for our government to be matching the urgency of the situation. I think in the last year, climate change has become incredibly real for members of the public in a way that it seemed distant before. And, people are really wanting to know that the decision makers that represent them are taking this crisis seriously and are responding with the kind of power that it warrants. So definitely it's all we hear about.
Thanks. That's affirming for me. I really appreciate that and keep up your good work.
Thank you very much, Councillor Carr. Peter, those are all your questions. Thank you for coming to speak to Council.
Thank you.
Next, we have Tom Digby. This is speaker number 3, Tom Digby.
Yes. Hi, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
We can. Thank you very much for coming to speak to Council. You have 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor and councillors, for having me in today. I did send some slides through, a few simple images. Are those available to you all?
Yes, we do have these slides up on the screen. There is a slight delay if you're viewing from home, but we will advance the slides if you let us know when to do so.
Got it. So my name is Tom Digby, and I'm speaking in favor of member motion number 4. I think it's an outstanding and timely motion, which really will go a long way to help us vote in favor of the capital plan when it comes to a vote. Now, I know you down at City Hall, you've got a big project. The plan's going to be about $3 billion or something north of that. It's a 4-year plan, and it's going to address all the urgent priorities that you're all busy prioritizing. And I know you all you'll have quite a time sorting that through, but I love the lens that this motion puts on that, which is, for example, to report the estimated GHG costs and the benefits and the various features of the plan. So I totally support this motion. And I wanted to add on the next slide a simple contribution to what might enhance the motion, or perhaps it could just be used to inform the capital planning process. Because on the second slide, I see another way to see this capital plan is a major investment, multi-billion-dollar investment directed to heavy construction in the city. And I see it as tons of concrete being poured, tons of iron and steel being used, and truckloads of asphalt being dumped on the roads where we need it as efficiently as possible over the course of the next 4 years of the plan. And my simple question as a voter when we see it on the ballot in October is going to be, what is the embodied carbon cost of this capital plan? Now, I'm not going to get into embodied carbon cost. I think you're all quite familiar with it. I've seen many council reports on what the embodied carbon cost is, what that means and how it's calculated. There's been many reports. It's been a big feature of the Climate Emergency Action Plan. I've seen it there, and there was actually one line in the annual report I saw from November that said that regarding materials, by 2030, the embodied emissions from new buildings and construction will be reduced by 40% compared to the 2018 baseline. And what I would like to do is make sure that that is found somewhere in the capital plan. And so if you go to the last slide, then here's what I'm asking, is that please ask staff to report on the embodied carbon cost of the plan. So of all the construction we're going to do, and if you could specifically, I acknowledge that's a tough number to figure out. There's a lot of life cycle assessment is a challenge, and not many municipalities around North America do this yet. But Vancouver has a huge opportunity to take the lead and make it clear. And if you could specify the specific amounts of concrete, iron, and steel and asphalt that are going to be used to fulfill the plan, then those of us who vote on it can be confident that we know what we're voting in favor on. The capital plan needs to be a winning document because you want to get the voters to vote in favor of it. But there's a risk if the full embodied carbon cost of the plan is there and you're not telling the people the true cost of what we're doing. So I'll leave it at that for now, and thank you very much for your time. I hope we can see these numbers in the plan when it goes to plebiscite later in the year.
Thank you very much. You do have a question from Councillor Kirby-Young. Please go ahead. Yeah, hi, and thanks for speaking to council. A couple questions. I just wanted to clarify. When you said in terms of people or residents being able to see the true cost, are you advocating that we evaluate climate projects based on balancing the sort of reduction in GHG impact and the financial cost of those projects, and that we prioritize accordingly the ones that have the higher reduction and the lower cost?
So the main motion speaks to that already. And yes, I think we should do that. My aspect of it that I'm asking you to look at is really whatever you do come up with is just to tell us how much carbon, how many megatons. Is it 40 megatons? Is it 100 megatons of carbon that we will use in the next 4 years to build our city? And I realize that this is just a small percentage of all the building in the city. What is this, our plan? Is it 5% of the entire build in the city? Maybe only 2%? I don't even know. But as we can set the standard and show people this is how you measure embodied carbon costs, and then we can start to ask our developers and builders to give us the same numbers.
So thanks for that. Have you been following the climate emergency regular reports back to council where targets are set? It identifies the amount of emissions from transportation, from buildings, and it sets targets and reductions in the regular reports back that council already receives on that. I believe it's quarterly.
I'm familiar with some of them. That is the operational carbon cost. And what we're looking at here is the capital plan for the next 4 years, which is a different budget item. And I would think it should be specified more specifically here.
Okay, they actually overlap. There's policy certainly in the other plan, but there's also capital costs. The other questions you mentioned in terms of the public being able to see the amount specifically and looking to approve the capital plan, but are you also aware that the public doesn't approve specific projects? It just approves an overall borrowing envelope that covers all of the categories that City of Vancouver will be spending money on in the 4 years?
Sure, I am, and it should say, $3 billion and 40 megatons of carbon dioxide. Those, we'll vote in favor of that plan.
Okay, I guess my question, if I'm zeroing in on it, is what is it about this motion that stands out as the most important for you? What is new? Because I struggled in looking at it to determine what was new versus the direction that council's already given through the climate emergency plan.
I will decline to answer that. I think it's a valuable initiative and reminder of what needs to be looked at in the capital plan.
Okay, thanks for speaking to council. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Over to Councillor Carr for questions of speaker.
Yes. Thanks, Tom, so much for coming to speak. And what an innovative idea. I think we are moving towards embodied carbon, certainly in the buildings and the measurements we're taking there. More specifically, moving to reduce the or protect the embodied emissions that are currently existing in buildings. But this is a much bigger ask you're asking for. So Councillor Kirby-Yung did say that the detailed plan, of course, is not going to be distributed with a ballot, but it will be, we will land on it beforehand. So you'll see information there. I think it's a good idea, and I plan to ask staff how they can deal with embodied emissions. Just how they can deal with embodied emissions. So thanks for the idea.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. And those are all your questions. Tom, we do appreciate you coming to speak to council.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we have speaker number 4, Devyani Singh.
Yeah, hi. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you for calling in today. You have 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Hi. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'm Dr. Devyani Singh. I'm a climate scientist and a resident of the City of Vancouver. I'm here today to speak in support of this really important and timely motion, which is to align Vancouver's 2023-2026 capital plan with the increased climate emergency action, much like all the other speakers before me. The science is clear about needing rapid change and reduction in our emissions within the next decade, and we need to take this bold action now to avert disastrous outcomes. From what I understand, the next capital plan will take us almost to 2030 by the time it is implemented, by when the City of Vancouver has committed to reduce its emissions by 50%. Thus, this next plan needs to include those pathways and actions needed to reach that reduction. In my scientific work, I have also helped municipalities in the U.S. create just climate action plans. And one of the things we recommend was the importance of these bold steps over the next decade and to do everything within the control of the municipalities, while, of course, pushing for more provincial and federal support. The City of Vancouver is already doing a lot when it comes to climate emergency and taking action on it, but we are not doing enough, and there is still a lot of room for improvement. And I feel some of these within city limit actions that could be done, which would be to support climate justice measures, which cover climate and other important issues like housing as well. Could be things like deep retrofits of municipal buildings, social non-market rental housing, and childcare facilities. Along with increasing tree canopy across the city, this would make us resilient for future extreme climate events such as the heat domes and extreme cold we experienced in the last year. We also need to ensure improvements to transit, accessible transit, and more safe walking and biking infrastructure. I don't want to take too much time speaking. I really think this is an important motion. And to conclude, I ask that Council support this motion to ensure that Vancouver continues to be a climate leader and that we can hit our emissions reductions targets. Taking action now is much cheaper than paying the economic and social cost of climate change. Thank you.
Thank you, Devyani. You do have questions? Councillor Carr, please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks so much, Dr. Singh, Devyani, for coming to speak. I'm very interested in the work. You said that you are a climate scientist and you have helped cities in the United States develop just climate action plans. What have been your biggest challenges in moving forward just climate action plans at the city level?
I think one of the biggest challenges is, it is pushback from a lot of developers about, putting in new regulations when it comes to net zero buildings, which the City of Vancouver is already doing great on the residential front for that thing. But I think what the most interest was, and I feel it's an equity issue, it's a justice issue, it's a social issue, and it's a climate issue, is retrofitting buildings. And retrofitting those, starting with the oldest and those in the poor and low-income neighborhoods, because those are the ones that, pay the price of climate change. And so that was some of the pushback. And I actually worked with really small municipalities. They were townships. And so it was really hard for them to find the money. But a city like Vancouver, I think we do have the resources to be able to push for some of these low-hanging, easy fruit that hit equity and center equity as we take climate action.
Great, and thank you. That's helpful. What have been sort of the biggest achievements that you've been able to move forward? Through your work.
Well, I recommended these only last year, so the city is, and after that, I changed my job, so I don't know how far they have reached in implementing these plans. But I do know that the city council or the township council, and one of them had a board because they were small towns, were very happy and had been in full support of what we had put forward. So I would say that was a win, that there was buy-in from everybody across on the board and the council in the recommendations we had put forward.
Excellent. Great. Thanks for your work, and thanks for coming to talk to council. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. There are no further questions. Next, we have Deborah Ann Curry.
Yes, hello. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Dr. Deborah Curry. I'm a family physician in Vancouver on the territory of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh people, and I am a subcommittee member of the BC division of the Canadian Association of Physicians for the Environment. I am speaking in support of this motion. I am a busy working physician. We are in the middle of a global pandemic, but the pandemic is not what keeps me up at night worrying. Climate change does. This September, more than 200 leading medical journals stated that climate change is the globe's greatest public health threat, not COVID-19, climate change. It is time for us all to treat climate change as a health emergency that requires urgent action backed with a large amount of funding and planning. So I urge you to pass motion B4 by Councillor Carr. I am perhaps one of the few or the only physicians in BC who has lost more than one patient to climate change this past year. Just a few days ago, I was comforting a family member who had lost somebody they loved in 2021 to a climate change disaster. Their life will never be the same, and the shock of losing someone in such a nonsensical way is devastating. Last year, we lost approximately 600 people to the heat domes that devastated our province at the beginning of our summer. And last summer, residents, farmers, and growers across British Columbia struggled with drought and wildfires. My niece and nephews in Kamloops had to stay inside most of the summer because the smoke outside wasn't safe for their little lungs to breathe. The floods this fall claimed the homes and livelihoods of hundreds and seriously impacted the economy and infrastructure in BC. After the floods this fall, a colleague of mine provided counseling for those devastated by the floods that would not have been possible without climate change. The look in her eyes after hearing their stories was haunted. We know from research that as climate change progresses, we will see more heat domes, drought, desertification, ocean acidification, wildfires, and other extreme weather events. The heat dome this summer was devastating, but we are still producing carbon as a society, and if we do not act boldly and swiftly in climate mitigation and adaptation, the health costs of climate change will escalate. Imagine a summer with an even longer heat dome or multiple heat domes. Extreme heat will cause more heat-related illnesses and deaths, especially among those who are living in poverty or among the elderly. Forest fire smoke, increased smog, dust from droughts, and pollen will all increase the risk of heart and lung disease. Extreme rainfall and drought may cause food and waterborne illnesses. Increased air pollutants caused by climate change cause increased rates of cancer. And extreme weather events such as atmospheric rivers, tornadoes, and winter storms put BC residents at risk of illness, injury, death, and poor mental health as communities struggle to cope with power outages, food and water quality concerns, environmental exposures, evacuations, and financial hardship after these events. Disaster recovery costs may be unmanageable for those with financial insecurity. Indeed, we have heard stories this fall of people racking up all credit available to them to recover from the floods. Undoubtedly, these health impacts will affect those living in poverty more, and this is a major concern for equity and resilience among those living in our city. I am here because myself and my colleagues are seeing the health effects of climate change in our offices, in our personal lives, in our mental health. We are seeing it affect our patients' well-being and their livelihood. In my office, I am seeing that the public is horrified about the last year of heat domes, droughts, fires, and floods. People are desperate to see all levels of government acting like this is an emergency. COVID-19 has shown us what we can do in a health emergency and how important it is to listen to scientists. Climate change is a bigger health emergency than COVID-19. It is the biggest potential health disaster we have ever faced. We have seen what happens when our health systems are underfunded with COVID-19. We have already seen the effects of climate change on our health in BC. To keep communities healthy, we need to prioritize funding for climate action. There are so many benefits to acting quickly and boldly, including decreasing air pollution and stimulating the economy with all the work required to take climate action. So please take urgent action in supporting motion B to provide motion 4 to provide the important long-term planning for the funding required for climate change mitigation and adaptation in Vancouver. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. You do have questions, Deborah. One from Councillor Carr. Go ahead, Councillor Carr.
Thank you. Thanks so much, Dr. Curry, for coming to speak to us. I really appreciate it and the work of you and your organization. I'm interested in your experience as a family physician within Vancouver and having experienced extreme weather events we had because of the climate emergency and the accelerated changes that are going on. My motion does stipulate or call for some specific measures, such as retrofitting housing, retrofitting civic buildings or facilities like community centers, libraries, childcare, in order to provide places of refuge for people in extreme heat or cold or air quality or other kinds of events. Have you, as an organization, talked about the need for that, or how would you respond to a call for those kinds of investments in Vancouver?
Deborah, are you there? Sorry, Councillor Carr, I'm just going to stop your timer and make sure we've got our speaker on the line.
I'm here. Can anyone hear me?
Okay, yes, we have your audio back now. So did you hear the question from Councillor Carr?
I did hear the question. So I was going to say I'm not an expert in this. I'm a family physician, and so I have experience on the ground, and I can speak to that. As an organization, we have not discussed that specific question that Councillor Carr was asking, but I can say that from my experience as a family physician, those types of things are essential. The people who were struggling the most during the heat dome were people who did not have access to cooling and perhaps were not aware or did not have the connections, did not have the family to let them know that they needed to go to places to keep cool. And so I think that part of the solution is making people aware when these things happen that, like heat domes, that they need to go to places that provide cooling. And absolutely, that sort of infrastructure is essential.
Great. Thank you. Again, thank you for the work that you're doing.
Thank you.
And thank you very much for calling in to speak to Council, Deborah, and for waiting on the line. Those are, actually, we do have a, yes, those are all your questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
So just moving us back to the main queue, and we do, so that's the end of our speakers list. Council, thanks everyone who did call in to speak to Council. We're moving to a discussion on this item, and I see Councillor Kirby-Yung is first on the queue. Go ahead, Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I have sent in an amendment for Council's consideration as an addition to the motion, as an additional clause.
Okay, if I may just move us to an amendment queue. And I'll put your, there we go. So please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. And this amendment is really in the spirit of asking Council to sort of be fulsome in our consideration of capital projects and other priorities that we have identified. And so the additional clause asks for also bringing information back early in the budget process, consistent with the structure of the earlier clauses, a list of potential capital projects for addressing Vancouver's combined sewer overflows in support of the commitment to accelerate action on overflow reduction using a One Water integrated approach with associated cost and environmental benefits. And you'll recall Council has committed and had discussions with respect to the One Water approach and the use of gray and green infrastructure. And really this recognizes that with the extreme climate events that we're having, we will see things like increased flooding, for example. I think on deck, I was going to say earlier this week, it was just yesterday, we had a infrastructure funding ask for a sewer and associated rain capture, water capture project at Columbia Park as one example of some of this work. And so in terms of looking holistically, not just at buildings, but also some of those other critical infrastructure that can have an impact with respect to flooding, we see it as well in terms of potential linkages to water quality. We see the E. coli in Falls Creek and the beach closures and shutdowns, the impact in terms of wildlife in general across the city when we have overflows into our systems. And so I think that this is also an important additional consideration that we look to. Potentially, I would say, especially as the city is densifying and we need to have those sort of the appropriate water capture and separation, but also the permeable surfaces and other aspects as we have denser buildings and more concrete in the city, it becomes more of an issue, and especially with an aging sewer system, and we have seen that we are behind in terms of our rate. We've been picking up the pace a little bit, but are still far below sort of the 1 to 2% target for separation. And we've seen some real, I think, opportunities for innovation around creative approaches in terms of balancing, again, I'd say that gray and green infrastructure to this. So I think it would be really beneficial for council to have information back as well on these additional types of projects that are also an important part of climate action. And that's the spirit of the amendment. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Councillor Kirby-Yung. Councillor Carr to the amendment.
Yes, thank you. Appreciate that amendment, Councillor Kirby-Yung. I think it's a good one. You know, the last 2 terms on council, despite the incredible volumes of money coming in from the development that was going on in the city, the city did not invest in to the degree in sewer separation of our sewer system and in a one water approach that we needed to. We are behind the gun. I think the storms that we've seen, the incredible high volume rainstorms with the pictures and experiences of that water bubbling out of sewers onto our streets, it's pretty appalling. We know we have to deal with this, so it is a climate emergency action in my mind because of the increased volume of rain that scientists are predicting that we are going to experience and will only increase over time. So good addition.
Great. Thank you very much, Councillor Carr. Seeing no one else on the queue, we can move to a vote on this amendment. And that motion does pass with no one in opposition. Thank you very much, Councillor Kirby-Yung. You do have the floor. We're back on the main queue.
I'm fine for now. Thanks.
Great. Thank you very much. Councillor Carr.
Well, there are others on it. I just wanted to end, but I didn't want to leave I thought that I might have been the last person. I'll wait till Councillor Boyle speaks.
I can go ahead and, yeah. Okay, Councillor Boyle, over to you.
Thanks. I just wanted to speak in support of this and thank Councillor Carr for the work she did in drafting it to bring it forward. I think the timeline is especially important to emphasize. The climate science is so clear that every action we take now is significantly easier and less expensive than if we continue to delay and punt the issue further down the road. And of course, that was also true 10 years and 20 years ago. And so what we're facing now is already a pretty significant challenge. And the less we do, the harder it will get for those that follow. I remember so clearly the IPCC report that came out in October 2018 when we were all elected that made clear that we had 12 years to dramatically decarbonize in order to have any hope of maintaining what we know of as civilized human life on the planet. We are 3 years into those years. This capital plan, as Councillor Carr laid out so clearly in the motion, will take us through the next significant chunk of those 12 years. And so it absolutely has to have a very strong climate focus to line up with the policy and regulatory tools that our climate action plan is also moving urgently forward on. I feel very strongly that this is an incredibly important piece of the decisions that we will make as a council in the next 6 months. And I will continue to say that, and I'm grateful for Councillor Carr's leadership on this as well. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Boyle. Over to Councillor Dominato.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to the City Manager, I just have a point of information.
Sure, go ahead and pose your point of information.
Yes, thank you. To the City Manager, just given that we're only partway through getting briefings on the preparation of the 4-year capital plan, and through that we're learning about some of the different pieces we'll be looking at in terms of renewal and new infrastructure and maintenance, can you comment on if council supporting this motion today, does that mean it will supersede staff doing an analysis of the necessary infrastructure needed across the city in a number of different domains? Because I think this is really important around the resilient infrastructure, but obviously we have a variety of capital needs. So could you comment on what that means? Does it trump other priorities? If you give me some context as how this will be interpreted.
Thanks, Chair, through you. Thanks for the question. We're not interpreting it as that. Ultimately, at the end of the day, Council is going to have to make trade-off decisions in the context of all the information that you receive from us regarding capital plan for the next 4 years. We read the motion as setting out certain information that Council would, again, if it passes, certain information that Council is going to be looking for that purpose. So we would be identifying those things as a consideration. But ultimately, at the end of the day, the allocation of money within the capital plan envelope will be made by Council, as the final step in that process. So we're not seeing as precluding that.
Okay, and one last question on that note. Could you comment just in general what that process will look like in terms of Council undertaking that work, just so the public understands what that's going to look like, and also for those of us who've never gone through the 4-year capital planning process, since there's only, I think, 2 councillors who have been through that process?
Yes, thanks, through the Chair. And we are looking at it differently than we have in the past. We're contemplating a set of likely 2 workshops that would actually be convened as special meetings, wherein we would have an opportunity to present information in some detail and provide Council an opportunity to discuss that and provide us input back, both on the renewal component of the capital plan as well as the growth side. We would then use that input to draft a plan, which we'll bring back to Council. That draft plan will be put to the public for consultation as well, and then come back to Council for a final decision closer to the end of the term.
Thank you, City Manager, and to the Chair. Then simply, I'll keep my comments brief in that with that information and the discussion we've had today, I'm happy to support this motion and the request back for information to inform the 4-year capital plan. I think it's an important conversation, and I look forward to that, as well as other conversations around both the renewal and new infrastructure that's necessary for our city and to make it livable. So thank you to Councillor Carr.
Thank you, Councillor Dominato. And Councillor Carr, I do see Councillor Swanson on the queue if you'd like to.
Thank you. Thank you for preempting what was going through my head. However, I'd forgotten it was so early this morning. I sent in an amendment. It is to correct a typo in the final motion. So you all would have received it around 9:30 this morning. And it is just that in the first, therefore, be it resolved clause A, I mistakenly typed in 2023 to 2027 capital plan if we know it's a 2026 plan. I don't think I need to say more.
No, that's great, but I will move us to an amendment queue just to be in line with the process, although this is a fairly simple amendment. Anybody to speak to the amendment? And seeing none, I'll ask that we go to a voting screen. And Councillor Dominato? Yeah, okay, great. So that passes. Thank you very much for that edit. Councillor Carr? We'll go back to the main queue. And if you'd like to, I can advance Councillor Swanson. Go ahead, Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, I just want to say that I think this is a really important motion. Climate is super important, and this will help us get the information we need to proceed with allocating what we need to allocate to that. And yeah, thanks for doing it to Councillor Carr.
Great, thank you very much. And Councillor Carr, closing on your motion.
Great, thanks so much. First of all, I just want to thank the speakers who came to actually address us. There was a lot of excellent points made, and I think very clear sense of support for this. I particularly appreciated the comments made by Peter McCartney that this capital plan will make or break progress on our addressing our climate emergency. I think that's true. That's why I put forward the motion. There is a real urgency that has become more prominent and I think more top of mind and more pressing for all of us in terms of the events, the climate-related events that we experienced over the past year, the heat dome, the polar vortex, the atmospheric rains, the tornadoes. I mean, it's the wrecking of our seawall. It's a scary time, really, and it will be much worse if we do not address the climate crisis by bringing down our greenhouse gas emissions as rapidly as we can. The reason I felt it was important to bring this forward is because we got news at the mid-fall, October or November, from staff saying that we are not on track to meeting our greenhouse gas emission reductions. In other words, our climate targets that are so essential to avoiding the worst of climate outcomes. And part of that was insufficient funding. We didn't vote for the kind of funding that was needed, they felt, to bring forward the actions to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions. And so it's one of the reasons that I moved forward with a motion into our operating budget. The capital plan motion here is to be the corollary to that operating budget. And I think it's essential, as I say, to putting enough money in to actually achieve those reductions that we know we must do. And those reductions are not just about greenhouse gas emission. They are about also making sure that there is a just and socially equitable approach to our climate actions. So you'll see those points in the actual motion, the emphasis on things like retrofitting the affordable housing, the child cares, community centers, and libraries and other facilities that are publicly owned that can serve throughout the city as places of safe refuge, which, as the doctor who spoke said to us, was a real problem for the people during the heat dome last summer. And my hope is that that the discussions we have when staff brings the points forward and the suggestions forward will be not just around what would we choose, but the effectiveness of the things we fund. So that's why I've put in robust reporting. If we put this much money into this, what is it going to mean in terms of actual GHG reductions at what cost? And then report back to the public. Because what we also learned from our staff this past year is that the public is deeply concerned about the climate crisis, but not very aware of what needs to be done and the effectiveness of measures that we might undertake as a city. So those kinds of report backs, I think, will go a long way to building some real solid support for our capital plan and our spending in the city to achieve our climate emergency objectives.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. And I do see Councillor Kirby-Yung on the queue. Go ahead, Councillor Kirby-Yung. Yeah, thanks. I was just compelled in listening to my colleagues to provide just one sort of additional comment, and it's music to my ears to hear that we're going to have a more fulsome, critical conversation around not just investing for the sake of it, but doing it because we're going to get the bigger return on it. And I think that that guiding principle is a really good one. And those are the kinds of discussions that council needs to have over where we can best affect outcomes. And so, for example, we know that buildings are, sorry, my voice is cracking out. We know that buildings are about 60%, give or take, of the GHGs in the city of Vancouver. And that's something we have the most influence over. And so I think I've asked that question before, is where can we get the biggest bang for our buck, so to speak, in terms of the climate impact to be most effective, and where should we perhaps not prioritize in favor of some of those bigger impacts, as opposed to trying to do it all? Where can we actually have the most effective outcomes? So I am actually really glad to hear some alignment starting to come from council around balancing how we use our dollars really well, and asking those critical questions and determining projects for that nature. So I'm glad to hear that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kirby-Yung. Seeing no further comments from councillors on the queue, we'll go to a vote on the amended motion. And that motion passes with unanimous support. That concludes item 6 on the agenda, and the standing committee portion of this meeting is now complete. So we will convene in council with Mayor Stewart as chair to deal with the recommendations and actions from today's committee meeting.
Thanks very much, Chair. We're going to convene in council to deal with the recommendations and actions today. Clerk, can we have the roll call, please?
Mayor Stewart and the chair, Councillor Carr.
Here.
Councillor DiGenova is on medical leave. Councillor Fry.
Here. Here.
Councillor Swanson.
Here.
Councillor Hardwick. Councillor Wiebe.
Present.
Councillor Boyle.
Present.
Councillor Dominato. Absent. Councillor Bly.
Present.
And Councillor Kirby-Yung. You have quorum, Mayor Stewart.
Thanks very much. We need a motion to adopt the standing committee's recommendation for items 2 to 6. I have a mover,
So
please.
moved.
Thank you, Councillor Wiebe. Seconder.
Second, Councillor Bly.
Second, Councillor Carr.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. All in favor, say yay.
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 Opposed, nay. Thanks so much. That carries unanimously. Motion to adjourn. Anyone?
So moved.
Sure.
Thanks, Councillor Wiebe. Second, Councillor Carr. Thanks very much. All in favor, yay.
Yay.
Opposed, nay. Here, no nays. So the meeting's adjourned. Thanks so much, everybody, for all your work. 9 council meetings left.
Thanks, everyone.
Okay.
Great. Thanks, staff.
Yeah. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thanks, staff.